at the twilight has gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular upon birds singing out, yeah, through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dominion Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
That's a win! Ball is way out of here.
5 consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown.
For the throw to the cup. He's going to score. It's a walk-off. Touchdown, South Carolina.
Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barn Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros. There when you need them. Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands, SC.com. It begins today. Hopefully all your brackets are in. If they're not, make sure you pull up the Chief Sports app. There's a couple of ways to play. You can enter the Ernie Bracket Contest, which is collective for our Gamecocks, fans like you. If we are able to win that thing, then you're all going to get a party. How does that sound? And you can also submit your bracket via the cut.com app, which is also available on our app right there on the home page. And the winner of that gets over $3,000. So we're pretty fired up about that. And hopefully y'all are all playing fun with it. It's a really awesome deal. And we really appreciate those guys for partnering with us this time of the year. As it is, Matt Anderson, a blast. It's a fun time of the year. There's no question about that. We've got Derek Scott coming up. We've got Brad Muller coming up. The ladies will tip off tomorrow, so we'll talk about the dance on the women's side with Brad. Derek is going to make the trek to Fayetteville this weekend. Huge series in Arkansas for baseball. We'll also hit on some hoops things with him. And so we got a full boat. We'll get around to some football a little bit later on as well. I see we already have a football question in there, and we'll get to that just a little bit. But we've only got about 15 minutes with Matt Anderson. And, Matt, actually the last two nights, the first four have already provided some fireworks and some additional talking points as Texas is going to let go of Rodney Terry. They fall last night to Xavier and Sean Miller, so they're out of the tournament. and then things will kick off at 12:15 on CBS today with Creighton and Louisville. Good morning, bud.
Hey, good morning. Happy to be here. This is, the 4 of the best days of the calendar year. That's for sure. This College World Series, the Masters. I mean, it's kind of like the top 3 is Super Bowl, but this is something special.
It is. Did you ever get one of those Boss buttons?
Gosh, I remember those. Yeah, I used that a little bit.
Staples. Wasn't it Staples?
Yeah,
Staples.
I think it was
That
Staples.
their
ESPN
promotion,
had one too, where you could do like watch ESPN, and then all of a sudden it would throw up some graphs and stuff you'd never actually do at work, but whatever.
Yeah, I actually worked with a girl who was a sales rep at ESPN at ESPN in Charleston when I was there, who was doing that, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And I walked in the door, and she was like, kind of rummaging through it. I saw it flip. I was like, "What are you doing?" And she was like, "Oh, I thought you were, our boss." And I was like, "We work at ESPN. Like, don't you want to know what's going on?" I mean, so it was kind of funny, but anyways, somebody out there will be doing something like that today around 12:15 when Louisville and Creighton tip off at Rupp Arena. How about that, huh? Louisville is the home team as the 8 seed against Creighton in Lexington, Kentucky. That is on CBS at 12:40 on True TV. You've got 13th seeded High Point out of the Big South and 4th seeded Purdue in Providence. And at 1:30, Montana and Wisconsin will tip off out in Denver. SIU, Edwardsville, and Houston at 2 o'clock on TBS in Wichita. CBS has Alabama State and Auburn at 2:50 today. Auburn is a 32.5-point favorite in that ball game. They've been struggling coming into the dance, so we'll talk about them here in just a minute. You got the Will Wade situation going on in Providence at 3:15 on True TV today. Matt, Will Wade has accepted the position at NC State, but he will lead McNeese State onto the floor against the 5th-ranked Clemson Tigers, who are 7.5-point favorites in that ball game. VCU and BYU tonight or this afternoon at 4:05 on TNT in an 11-6 matchup. That's been a widespread upset pick. BYU is a 2.5-point favorite there. 4:35 has 9th seeded Georgia and 8th seeded Gonzaga in Wichita. Wofford and Tennessee will play at 6:50 tonight on TNT. That is also in Rupp. Arkansas and Kansas, maybe one of the more watched games that will be played today at 7:10 on CBS. The Jayhawks are 5.5-point favorites in that ball game. Yale and A&M in a 13-4 at 7:25 this evening out in Denver. A&M's a 7.5-point favorite there. Another 11-6 tonight, Missouri and Drake at 7:35 on True TV. Utah State and UCLA at 9:25 in Rupp Arena. The Bruins are 5.5-point favorites in that one. Omaha and St. John's, Rick Pitino, can he get them to the Final Four? We'll see starting tonight. 18.5-point favorites is St. John's. UC San Diego and Michigan tonight at 10 on TBS. And Michigan in that 12-5 is just a 2.5-point favorite. And then Wilmington and Texas Tech, the Red Raiders, are 14.5-point favorites tonight, 10-10 on True TV. That one is tipping off in Wichita, Kansas as well. Of that group, and I know you've looked up and down this bracket over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Is there an upset in it today?
Man, when you think upsets, I don't really consider a 6-11 an upset. It just happens so frequently. Same thing with the 12-5. When I'm thinking upsets, I'm really thinking of a 14 or a 15 seed springing one up on somebody. I don't know if I see it this year, though. I hate it. I think that, most analysts that I've seen, and I tend to agree with them, have gone pretty chalky through the first round and really through the Final Four. That VCU-BYU game should be a lot of fun. VCU, obviously, Dave Odom's son Ryan Odom is the coach of VCU, widely talked about potentially moving on to Virginia. So you got a little bit of locker room dynamics there. BYU can really score the ball. They're a lot of fun to watch. I mean, people are talking about UC San Diego, Michigan. I mean, Michigan just played on Sunday. They played actually the last team that we saw cut down nets before the selection show was Michigan in that Big Ten tournament. That's
Right.
sneaky. I mean, that's a sneaky one because UC San Diego is a top 40 team according to KenPom, and Michigan's 25th. So if there's an upset, I think that could be the case. I'm not going to discount Georgia. They are, and they have an opportunity there. It's an 8-9 game. I think that Georgia Gonzaga game is going to be pretty close. I mean, it's just going to come down to guard play there. Utah State, UCLA. I just don't trust UCLA. I think that Mick Cronin hates his players and his players hate him, and they've just kind of struggled through this season. The High Point Purdue game, I see someone in the chat box said that they're going to be hammering High Point there. That's going to be a lot of points. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Watch that one. If Purdue's not making threes, that one could be really sneaky. I don't think Wofford, Tennessee has much of a chance there. Wisconsin can name their number against Montana. St. John's can name their number. Houston's going to roll. The Auburn-Alabama State game, Auburn should roll. So I don't know if I see that many upsets today, but I'll be glued to the TV. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah. There's no question. Yeah, High Point's an interesting team. They didn't really play anybody this year, but also at the same time, they have not lost a game since January the 16th on the road at Longwood. So you're talking about over 2 months here where High Point has not been on the losing end of a basketball game. Sometimes that carries over, from a confidence standpoint. So we'll see. You said something a minute ago. When I picked my brackets this year, for as much as ever, I have been very chalky.
Yeah.
Very chalky. Very, very chalky. Like I think the biggest upset I took of only like 2 in the entire first round is the late one tonight, Wilmington over Texas Tech. And I did that just because I've seen Wilmington a bunch, and at least lately, and they played at Kansas earlier this year. They lost by 18 points there, but that was very early in the season. They had a couple of interesting losses throughout the year, but overall, as time has gone on, not only have they gotten better, they can score. They can score. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know if that's a good pick or a bad pick, but you gotta take something somewhere, and so that's the one that I chose.
Well, I mean, I wish we had Raphael on today, or I don't know how much we've talked to him
He'll
about
be here
the bracket.
tomorrow.
Maybe he'll be here tomorrow. But
yeah.
I saw some statistic of some guy who has bet the money line on every underdog through the first 2 rounds in the last 5 years, and he's like plus 20 units. Just, I mean, because you're not going to hit all of them, but you do hit that 14 over a 3 where it's an 18-point spread, and it can be a pretty big payday for you. That High Point is really High Point's the interesting one to me. I like Purdue. I think they might have 2 of the best guards in the country. The Braden Smith kid, wow, don't you wish he was at South Carolina this past year?
Right,
because they were in the game for him. And it looks like he'll be transferring again after this year, so maybe the Gamecocks will have a chance at him. But High Point is such a unique university in the fact that they have more money than people realize. I mean, it's a beautiful campus. They a lot of the people right now are talking about, this is an opportunity to watch the players that are going to play for another team next year in these 12 through 16 seed. But I don't think High Point's going to lose anybody that they can pay.
They got a bunch of furniture money in High Point, North Carolina. I know that.
They do.
All right. How about McNeese and Clemson? Can McNeese pull it off?
Yeah. I mean, I did lay a bet on the bet that I laid was I have the under. I think it's going to be like a 61-55 game. I wouldn't be surprised if McNeese does it. McNeese was the darling last year in the tournament, and that didn't come to fruition. They got blown out by like 30. But I just wonder what the motivation is there for McNeese State. I mean, the players, they want to win, but Clemson is a pretty good team. I mean, you look at it, their adjusted numbers look really good on offense and defense. Top 25 in the country in both, but they just haven't played that difficult of a schedule. And in a lot of the games that they played outside of the Duke game, when they've played a pretty good team in the non-conference, they lost. I mean, they lost to South Carolina. So I'm not putting anything past McNeese State here.
Well, the timing was interesting with Will Wade taking that job. I feel like you generally are, I mean, you wonder if he was backed into a corner, like you better take it now or we're moving on. Because generally you try to kick that can a little bit, and we've heard all the coach speak over the years. Oh, I'm only focused on my team in the tournament, and I'm not focused on anything else right now. Oh, was that a denial? I told you I'm not talking about it. I'm only focused on my team in the tournament. None of that happened. I mean, he confirmed that he talked to him. The next day he took the job. So I don't know what it does for his roster. I mean, you mentioned the motivation. I mean, but also it could kind of be a swan song. There might be a bunch of guys going, well, if you're not here next year, I'm not here next year. So let's just go out and see what we can do and raise all of our profiles.
Yeah, let's just win the whole damn thing, right? I don't know about that. No, I mean, I think NC State wanted to make a splash. They wanted to be talked about during the NCAA tournament. They wanted to have the hot coach, all of that stuff. Will Wade is a known commodity. He had that show clause, but I think it's different too now, JB, when you think about social media and the way people talk and the way information just gets out. You can sit there and say, I'm not doing this, not doing this. I mean, Roy Williams did that for years at Kansas. And then, everyone knew he was taking the North Carolina job when the second time it came around to him. I just don't think you can hide it anymore.
Yeah. Well, he didn't. There's no doubt about that. Of the 4 1 seeds, Houston, Duke, Auburn, and Florida, who's the strongest?
If Cooper Flagg is healthy, I think it's Duke. Duke's already beaten Auburn. Now, granted, that was in Cameron. That was on Coach K court. Auburn, I think, is the second best team in the country, top to bottom right now. But they seem to be in a funk, and
lost 3 or 4.
And they're just. Bruce Pearl's talked about the pressure, and these guys have been under so much pressure. Like, you played sports, like, stop talking about it. Like, that just makes more pressure. What are you doing? Houston's the sneakiest one to me. I really like Houston. Kelvin Sampson's done it before. They're going to make games ugly. They're going to make teams hate their life for 40 minutes. Florida's hot. Florida's probably the hottest team in the country right now, especially when you look at those 1 seeds. You could argue Duke as well, but I think Florida's played a tougher schedule. I think this is a situation where I think all 4 of these are going to be in the Final Four.
Who's your Final Four?
My Final Four are the 4 number 1 seeds, actually.
Okay, so you went chalk.
Yeah.
When's the last time that happened?
And then, what's that?
When's the last time that happened?
It happened with Kevin Love and UCLA and Russell Westbrook. That would have been like 2008, I think. I don't think it's happened since 2008, so it's been a while. But I do have Florida beating Duke for the national championship. So I got Florida over Duke.
I've got Florida and Duke in the national championship as well, which means that they won't play for the national championship.
Yeah, they won't. We're going to be wrong.
No, we'll absolutely be wrong. I've got Michigan State in the Final Four. Thoughts?
I like that pick. Yeah, Michigan State, they have a tough time shooting threes, but it hasn't bothered them all season, and they're humongous. And they're going to play defense. Tom Izzo is Mr. March. I don't hate that pick at all, because it all comes down to Auburn. Like, Auburn, if Louisville wins, they're playing a road game against Louisville in Rupp Arena, which means that won't happen either. It means Creighton will win, because that's how March works when you have all these storylines. But I mean, Michigan can't really beat Michigan State. So, I mean, if Michigan comes through there, Texas A&M's up and down. I don't think North Carolina can win enough games. I really do think that Elite Eight will be Auburn and Michigan State. And I'm fine, absolutely fine, with that pick, taking Michigan State over Auburn.
All right, final question for you. How many SEC teams are in the Sweet 16?
So we got 14 in, one's already gone. So we're down to 13 in the Sweet 16. I'll say 6. I think they'll get 6. You gotta look at it, man. Auburn, Florida's gonna get there. Alabama's gonna get there. and then, put the rest of them in a hat, and I think they'll get at least 3 more. So I'm going to go 6. What's your number, JB?
I've got 7, I believe. Hold on. 2. Yeah, I've got Auburn and Ole Miss and Alabama. No, that can't be right. Yeah, Auburn, Ole Miss, Alabama, Florida, and Missouri, and then Kentucky and Tennessee.
Yeah, I think Tennessee will be there as well. I don't know about Kentucky, but if you look at, I'm looking at KenPom right now, JB. 7 of the top 17 teams in the country are in the SEC, and they're all in the NCAA tournament, and they're not going to play each other, to get to the Sweet 16. So when you have 7 of them, and a lot of these teams have, layups in round 1, they're really only playing to win 1 game. So 6, 7, yeah. Maybe we set the number at 6.5 and ask the chat box what they think. Over or under 6.5.
They're never right. I'm just kidding. You just got to give somebody a hard time. You got to give somebody a hard time. Somebody's hitting their boss button right now. All right. We'll see. We'll rehash this again sometime next week and see where we're at.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah, it's. I think it's going to be a magnificent tournament. There's no doubt about that. We'll let you run. I got to get to Brad Muller here in a second, but we always appreciate it, brother. Good show last night.
Yeah, appreciate y'all. Thanks. Have a good day. Thanks,
Matt.
Soon. Bye.
There you go. The king of late night, the great Matt Anderson. We'll step aside for a timeout brought to you by Gamecock Traditions. When we return, Brad Muller, Derek Scott is ahead. We get some Carolina football, baseball, hoops, all of it. We'll cover it all and get you ready to go for tip-off today at 12:10 as March Madness begins. Hang tight. The morning show will be right back.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Brewer. His second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer. Turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service, second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
Get along on down the road. We got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, drink a beer, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
It is 10:25. Welcome back. Inside the Gamecocks The Morning Show. We mentioned Gamecock Traditions. They've got all the Carolina gear you could possibly dream of, and they will send it right to your home. GamecockTraditions.com to have it shipped to your doorstep, or go see them, both locations, Village at Sandhill or in Lexington. The great Brad Muller. It's a busy time of the year for you, and unfortunately, it's wrapped up for Derek. He just gets to do baseball now, so he's going to get a little lazy on us. But not Brad Muller. It all starts tomorrow at 4:00, right across the street at the CLA, and the Gamecocks once again a #1 seed. Glad to see you, man. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Looking forward to it. It's a great time of year.
Yeah, this is. We're going to obviously talk plenty of hoops with you. I do want to hit on some softball stuff. There's quite the player is going to be entering the ballpark tomorrow for the Red Raiders, and so we certainly want to discuss all of that. But it's that time again. I mean, you're just used to it now. #1 seed. We'll see you and see you in the Final Four, or do we not get that far?
I never get that far because I never take it for granted. I mean, it's been fortunate to have been to 6 Final Fours with this team and 3 national championships, but you never take it for granted. I remember back in 2016, a year after we made our first Final Four appearance, and folks thought we would get there again, and we got upset in the Sweet 16 by a Syracuse team that got hot and made it all the way to the national championship. So no, never take it for granted.
Man, I'll tell you, yeah, and that's the right way to approach it. I was a little caught off guard, I think, on Monday after the selection show on Sunday night, because Dawn, was fairly outspoken about not being the #1 overall seed. How did you take that? Is it just her competitive nature? She wants to be #1 in everything, or is that something that maybe a little bit of a motivational tactic for her team? What do you think about all that?
I think all of the above.
Okay.
I think with the schedule they played, they played more nationally ranked teams than anyone in the country. They beat more nationally ranked teams than anyone in the country. And I mean, she brought up some very valid points that, when anybody beats South Carolina, that bumps them up significantly. That's like, oh, well, they beat South Carolina, and justifiably, so that's fine. But yet they didn't seem to get, she felt like didn't get as much credit for their schedule. Now, by the same token, I can also understand, one of the committee members had said, well, UCLA is the overall #1 because they beat you. And okay, if that's what it is, I get it. But that being said, there's some motivation there too, because you want your players to have a little bit of an edge as well. You always like to be hunting instead of being the hunted, so to speak, even though you're still a 1 seed. And I think the way it worked out was fine because the way the bracket laid out for South Carolina is not that it's easy to get there, but in terms of matchups at this time of year, that's what you're looking for is matchups. And if South Carolina wins and if the teams that are supposed to win, then I like the matchup better than, let's say, maybe some of the other brackets because of where South Carolina's strengths are and what other teams' strengths are. I think we'd be playing teams that, we have a little bit of an advantage of, or we could handle defensively better than some other teams. So I'm good with the way it happened. Hey, we're getting to host the first 2 rounds. That's the most important thing.
Yeah. So you like the draw is what you're saying.
Yeah. I as good as it can get. Eventually you're going to play teams that are good enough to beat you. And sometimes that can come early. People forget in 2017, when the first year the Gamecocks won the national championship, they almost lost in the second round. I think it was Arizona State gave them a run for their money, and we had to come back in the fourth quarter and win it. And, you could see something similar here. No disrespect to Tennessee Tech, who South Carolina should handle tomorrow. But in the second round, it's an intriguing matchup with Utah or Indiana, the other teams in our bubble here. 2 teams we did play last year. They're both very similar, shoot a lot of threes, get up and down the court. And last year, Gamecocks played Indiana in the Sweet 16, had a 22-point lead, something like that. And Indiana made it a 1-possession game late. They shot like 56% in the second half because they shoot and make a ton of threes. And then we got a late 3 from, I think, Raven Johnson to, I don't want to say put it away. The Gamecocks only won by 4. So, again, you can't take anything for granted because, things can happen. But yeah, overall, I think the draw is pretty good. It's going to be exciting to see who comes out of it.
Yeah, there's a lot of familiarity with this group. Obviously, you got the SEC teams in there like Alabama and Vandy, but Carolina already beat Duke this year. You mentioned seeing Indiana last year. They've played Maryland and North Carolina recently in years past, so they know what's going on. I think. What year was it, Brad? You'll have to remind me. It's been maybe a couple or a few years ago where they got sent all the way to the West Coast.
Oh yeah, that was early. When back before we could host, because the whole flag issue years ago. I know in 2000. Let's see, there was a few years we went out to Washington.
Yep.
And then when the 2017 year, the first year they won it, they went out to Stockton, California for the regional.
That's right.
And that was not a lovely place. I can go ahead and tell you. No, sorry for people that live in Stockton. That was not fun. They won that. We flew straight to Dallas from there for the Final Four. But yeah, they got sent way the heck out there. So I'm glad we're not heading to Spokane if we make it to the Sweet 16, because that's a heck of a flight.
Well, I remember when all of that was going on, and that was a major talking point. Don was not happy. The SEC was not happy, if I remember correct, you stop me if I'm wrong here. I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, but I do believe, and I remember talking to Debbie Antonelli about this, and she said, Don is exactly right. They would never do that to UConn.
Yep.
And here's little piddly old South Carolina. Maybe they just didn't realize what she was actually in the middle of building. But that's not happening now. Like they're going to go to Birmingham.
Yeah, no, and people, the more you consistently win, then people know what's up, and they know, okay, yeah, if we send, South Carolina's led the nation in attendance for like 12 years now, that if you send them to a place their fans can drive to, they are going to drive there en masse and sell tickets, and that's what you want. So while they would never say it publicly, yeah, they want teams like South Carolina to win and get to the regionals so they can sell a whole bunch of tickets, and it looks better on TV as well when you've got fans in the stands, as opposed to, if something bad happened and you got teams that are from nowhere near there and you've got 12 people in the arena. Yeah.
No question. I do find it interesting also, another little side nugget about, Dawn. One of the things about that I've always just really admired about Coach Staley is that she, when it comes to basketball, always has the bigger picture in mind. Brad, I'm trying to, it might have been just as early as last year. It might have been maybe Norfolk State or something like that, where she had, let I think she went into their locker room and talked to him after they beat them. They let them tour the facility. You're obviously around all this. I'm sure there's more examples of this that I'm missing, but like what I'm getting at here is Tennessee Tech's going to be here tomorrow. Tennessee Tech is not going to win the game. They're going to get beaten. They know they're going to get beat, even if they don't want to openly say that. But she makes sure that these young ladies, some of them probably playing their final basketball game of their lives, get to experience something that they've never experienced so they can take with them forever. I just think that's incredibly admirable.
No, that you're exactly right. And as much as, she's all about South Carolina, number one, she's equally always been about growing the game. I know it sounds cliche, but it's truthful with her because, she's spent her whole life playing basketball at every level, and she's seen it, when she played, when, seats were empty in a lot of places, and you go to Final Fours and it's not selling out like it is now, or maybe didn't have the TV deals like we have now for women's basketball, or, people clamoring. So yeah, she wants schools, especially the smaller schools, maybe that don't get the exposure, for those kids to have that experience, to have that NCAA tournament experience, that it's a big deal. This is the only time in your life you're going to get to do this. And, she wants it to be a big deal. She wants more attention for the game. She wants the game to grow, but she also wants all of the student athletes from all the teams to have that experience. And yeah, it's neat that she goes out of her way to make that happen, whether that's talking to, some of these other teams, because, for lack of a better word, she pays it forward, because the game's, obviously done a lot of great things for her, and she likes to give back as much as she can. And that's, one of the ways she do it. On a side note, one of the things I'm excited about with Tennessee Tech, the first ever women's basketball game I ever broadcast back in 1993, the woman who's the associate head coach for Tennessee Tech was a shooting guard on that team. And then later she became our assistant coach at the Division II school I was working at. And, a couple of years later, we went to our first, I think it was her senior year, we went to the first Division II tournament in the program's history. So it's just kind of neat that 40 years later she's here, or 30 some odd years later she's here. And we're on opposite benches, so to speak. So it's just kind of neat when things kind of come full circle like that.
725. That's 32 years ago. Well, you're only like 37. So that must have been a rough broadcast with a couple little kids behind the mic.
Well, it's funny because I was 23 years old back in '93, and I always tell people that the first women's basketball game I ever called on the radio in 1993 was the very first women's college basketball game I'd ever seen in my life.
Wow!
Because I followed men's basketball. I went to an all boys high school, so I didn't even go to a girls high school game growing up, and then I got this job broadcasting at a D2 school where they told me I was doing play-by-play for the women's team. I said okay, and here I am.
Oh my gosh, that's pretty neat. So have y'all communicated at all to this moment?
Yeah, we spoke. Okay. So I'm going to try to see her today if I can in between their practices, and it's neat. I still stay in touch with a lot of the people from that school I started out at. I was down there for 13 years down in Georgia, but it's just neat when you see people like that. In my mind, she's still a kid, but she's probably 50 something years old now. And I'm like, no, that's that kid who was the shooting guard. It's neat. It's a lot of fun.
That is so cool. Well, that full circle. You're in it long enough. You get a lot of those moments.
Yep.
Like you've been around for a little while. Carolina, of course, has been around in this position for quite some time as well, with Coach Staley here. A couple more things, and then we'll kind of transition back into the actual basketball team and the players themselves. Gamecocks win the SEC tournament. Oklahoma and Texas in their first year in the league, in their first SEC tournament experience, had to run into this team, and it didn't go well for either. 93-75 over the Sooners, and Carolina. I know they got beaten Austin, but they reminded Texas, who's who around here, I guess. Of course, they can still see him again. What is big picture here? We were just talking about Dawn and the big picture and growing the game, et cetera, et cetera. When you look at this bracket, what is the best case scenario? And I know it includes South Carolina, but the other three. What is the best case scenario for the women's game in the Final Four?
I think you want to see those names that will bring people to the television, maybe that normally wouldn't watch it. Similar to last year, everyone who maybe wasn't a women's basketball fan wanted to see what was all this Caitlin Clark stuff all about, because and she brought people to the game, and like her or whatever. I mean, she did that. People who weren't women's basketball fans wanted to see what it was all about. I think you're going to see similar things with if you're looking specifically at players. I think Juju Watkins at Southern Cal is someone you want to watch. Malaysia Fulwiley at South Carolina is someone you want to watch. Like, hey, I've heard things about this kid that makes layups exciting. I want to see this. Juju Watkins at Southern Cal is another one. Someone like Anissa Morrow at LSU, who is literally a walking double-double. UCLA has got some neat stories just because of their the size of their bench. Maybe if UConn starts making a run, I'm sure there'll be some speculation out there. Is this Gino's last ride, kind of thing. I think for the growth of the game, sometimes you'd need those big names to make it. And whether you want to face those teams or not, sometimes it's good for the game. Like last year, the ratings were through the roof because not just because South Carolina was there, it's because Caitlin Clark was in the championship game again. Fortunately, South Carolina won, so it worked out well for everybody, from our standpoint. But you need some of those names that are going to draw people to the game that wouldn't normally be there. And, I think Juju Watkins is one of them. Vanderbilt's Blakes, who was the freshman of the year. I think she's another one. Hidalgo at Notre Dame as well is a name that's out there that you just want to watch and see what they're going to do next.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. I think it's USC, South Carolina, this program. Southern Cal,
right?
And then UCLA and UConn. I think you would have. I think that would have been phenomenal, but UConn got put into the region with Southern Cal,
right? That would be a fun matchup. Yeah,
that would have been the 4. That's what I was talking about last week. If you could have figured out, But so then now you get Texas, over there trying to screw things up for everybody. Quickly on this too, and I'll mention Debbie Antonelli again. She's number one, a dear friend, and I love her to death. But also she's got a great basketball mind, and she's been banging the drum on this for a long time. Even when I was at ESPN, she used to come on and talk about it like in 2016, 17, 18, 19. This year, the Final Four is in Tampa Bay. Love Tampa, beautiful place. But she has said forever, we need to send the Sweet 16 and the rest of it to Vegas in the women's game. Put it on this. She's like, I'm not talking about from a betting standpoint, although obviously we know that. But Vegas sparkles.
Yep.
She's like, the Sweet 16 to Vegas for the women's game. It's cheap flights from all over the country. There's plenty to do. And it rings. There's a ring to it, much like with Omaha and baseball or softball in Oklahoma City or whatever the case may be. What do you think about something like that? You've been everywhere with Carolina basketball.
Either way, I can see the draw there, because there's people that would want to go there because it's Vegas, and if you could certainly sell the idea that flights are cheap, it might be difficult for some who are accustomed to driving. From a South Carolina standpoint, we played in Las Vegas earlier this year to start the season, and I was shocked at how many South Carolina fans booked flights and came to that game. And that was just a single game against Michigan. It was shocking to me how many people were there. So I think that certainly has legs. We're going to be playing in a tournament to begin the year, or somewhere in November next year, in Vegas again with 4 teams, and a lot of them are Final Four-ish kind of teams. So that's becoming more of a thing in terms of using Vegas to promote women's basketball. So she's probably not far off on that. By the way, I used to do a couple of games on TV with Debbie back when the SEC Network first launched, and working with Debbie is like stealing money, because she's so good at what she does. It's just like, welcome to Colonial Life Arena, Debbie, and just let her do her thing, because she knows more than any of us. And I used to always laugh when I worked with her, because it was like stealing money.
100%, dude. She's so good. She is so good at it. She's calling obviously the men's tournament again this year, and she's a pro. She's as kind as anybody. Yeah, I'm with you, man. I think the world of Debbie and her whole family. They're just awesome. I'm glad you said that, Debbie. If you're listening, we love you. All right. Who I know we talked about the draw being good for South Carolina here, but is it Duke, or who gives you some pause here, maybe from a matchup standpoint, that could get in their way of getting to the Final Four?
Yeah, it's real interesting, because Duke is a really good team. We saw them earlier this year. The Gamecocks did beat them, but they're good. I think Vanderbilt's got a shot. Vanderbilt, would play Duke if they win. With Blake's the freshman of the year, and with Camille Pierre, they've got 2 players on the same team in Vanderbilt that are averaging better than 20 points per game. I don't think anybody has that. And they're good. So that's a team that could make a run in South Carolina's bracket. The other interesting matchup, which would be more immediate to South Carolina, is Alabama, Maryland. Maryland's always good, and she's always got players there. So that's an interesting matchup. And Alabama, South Carolina obviously played them and beat them handily in Tuscaloosa, but Alabama was without their best player. Sarah Ashley Barker did not play in that game. So she's healthy now. They're a really good team as well. To me, it's just Maryland is interesting just because it's a team we haven't played this year, but they're always tough. And you're not hearing much about them because of what are they, like a 4 seed as well. So, that could be an interesting matchup as well, which would be, in the regional there in Birmingham. So from South Carolina's, Birmingham 2 bracket, those are those teams all stand out. Again, a lot of guard oriented teams. It makes for a good matchup with what South Carolina does offensively and defensively, if they can play like they did in the SEC tournament. Then around the rest of the bracket, it's really going to be interesting. As you know, in women's basketball, it's not uncommon for all the number ones to make it to the Final Four. But I think we're past the days when that's what you expect. Even last year, I think there was a 2 and a 3 in there last year in the Final Four. So not going to shock me this year if a number 1 seed falls in the Sweet 16 somewhere. I will not be surprised at all if one of the number ones goes down. I won't be shocked if all number ones make it either, because they're all really good. But there's so many other good teams out there, between, Notre Dame, Kentucky, I think is a 4 seed that is really, really good. And if they're on, they would have to beat Southern Cal to get to the Final Four. But that's another team that's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Georgia Amore, if you haven't seen her at Kentucky, is one of the most exciting players in the country. She's another one that I think could draw people to the television sets. I think her going against Juju Watkins, if they make it to play Southern Cal in the regional, would be, must-see TV. Two of the best guards, or two of the best players in the country there, would be a lot of fun. So I think that bracket that Southern Cal is in is probably the most difficult when you look at the 1, 2s, 3s, and 4s with, Southern Cal, Kentucky, UConn, and Oklahoma is the 1, 2, 3, 4s there. I think that's going to be the most interesting to see who survives that one.
Yesterday, by the way, we did get some news from Diana Koval's desk that was, in case anybody happened to miss this, Chloe Kitts and Joyce Edwards, both named All-American honorable mention by the U.S. Basketball Writers Association and the AP, and then senior Tahina Paopao and sophomore Malaysia Fulwiley, who I got a feeling we might see some highlights from here in the next couple of days. Picked up the recognition from the AP. Last year, when they opened the tournament, they really that first game they really didn't play that well at all, but they still were fine, of course. And then they turned on the Jets, and we all know what happened. What are you most interested in watching this team early against a team that we expect them to beat handedly in Tennessee Tech tomorrow, that could maybe give us a little bit of an idea or a hint of what's to come?
Really, it's the simplest thing is I want to see them pick up where they left off in the SEC tournament, because the last 2 games specifically against Oklahoma and Texas was some of the best ball the Gamecocks have played all year, especially on the defensive side, where they had challenges with some All-American post players on both those teams, and they shut them down. And that's the matchup that you worry about when you go all the way back to the UCLA game from back in November, was the size and depth that UCLA had in the post, and South Carolina just didn't have an answer. So from a defensive standpoint, you want to see them playing like they did in the SEC tournament. And then by the same token, with South Carolina's post, especially the starters, Chloe Kitts, who plays the 4, and Sanaya Fagan, who plays at center, you want to see them pick up where they left off as well, because they were both tremendous on both ends of the floor in the SEC tournament. Defense we talked about, but offensively, they both shot around 75% from the floor in the 3 games of the SEC tournament. And it wasn't just layups. Both of them were making a lot of mid-range shots. And when they do that, it opens everything up, because if both of them are making their 8 and 10 footers consistently, like they were, again, it was ridiculous. Both of them shooting 75% through 3 games. If they're making those shots, then that opens everything else up for the guards. And then, last year, the difference between this year and last year, everybody threw a zone at South Carolina and said, we'll dare you to shoot from the outside and take our chances. And that's the way it was with Cardoso, with Aaliyah Boston, everybody, over the last 10 years. We're going to throw a zone and make you shoot from somewhere else. And the Gamecocks always did. Well, this year, you haven't seen a lot of zone, because there wasn't that threat in the post like there was in the past. And so it was tougher for the guards to get good looks at the basket. If Kitts and Fagan are hitting their shots and able to get good shots like they were in the SEC tournament, then all of a sudden you have to pay more attention to them. And then people like Paopao and Tessa Johnson and Fulwiley are getting better looks at the basket and basically shooting practice shots. And that's what you'd like to see.
Yeah, I'm Tahina Paopao is she's the one I've circled going into this tournament. This is it for her, right? This is her last hurrah, and she had some pretty incredible moments in that uniform last year for South Carolina in the postseason. I know the last 3 games she hasn't been one of the more talked about players from a scoring standpoint. I think maybe 16 total points or something like that in the SEC tournament. But it just seems like this is her time. You know what I mean? This is her time of year, Brad. These are her final moments in that uniform. I mean, whether they win a national championship or not, we'll see. But I feel like the best version of Tahina Paopao is going to be seen starting tomorrow.
Yeah, you hope so. And again, I think it comes down to, the one thing I've always liked about her is her shot selection is normally very good. She's not one that's going to jack up a three, early in the shot clock just because it's there. She's driving to the basket more this year than she ever has. And again, out of need because of the way teams are defending South Carolina now. But yeah, she's a fifth-year player. She's done it before. You want to see her knock down shots, especially when they're not well contested. You need to knock down shots like that aren't terrifically contested. To do the reverse of what I talked about. If that helps open things inside, because okay, now we got to pay more attention to the perimeter. But she's a smart player. Again, she takes quality shots, doesn't just jack up threes. And if she's not open, she'll find someone who is, or she'll drive to the basket. And I think that's another thing that's made Malaysia Fulwiley even better down the stretch, as well as her shot selection. Maybe taking a page out of Pow Pow's book, where Fulwiley is at her best when she's going to the rim and not jacking up threes early in the shot clock. Because statistically, she hasn't been great shooting threes this year in terms of percentage. But when Fulwiley goes to the rim, there's not a lot of people that can keep up with her pace wise. And if they do collapse down on her, you've seen it. She can go behind the back and give it to someone else who will get in a layup because they left their man to have to cover her. So Pow Pow certainly can step it up, and then Fulwiley keep doing what you're doing and get to the rim.
There's nobody that has star power like the Gamecocks do. Final one, I'm gonna let you go. I know you got to get to the press conference. I think it's 11:25.
I forget. They got them going all day with all the teams, but yes,
I thought it was, but I could be a little off on that. But anyways, we got to get you there. So their last game was March 9th. What do you think about that? You're talking about 12 days since they played their last game. And they're not exclusive in this category, obviously. Yep. But some teams who got knocked out of their conference tournament earlier, it's going to be longer for some of them. So, I understand, wanting to coincide the tournaments, Brad, lift one up and lift another up, get the women playing when the men are playing. I get all that. I get it. But also as an athlete and probably as a coach, I don't want to be sitting around. Yeah. I mean, they haven't sat around this long since the preseason. So you play the entire year and then you wait half a month to go play basketball again. Have you heard any conversation about that?
No, I don't. It's not going to change anytime soon, but it's one of those things where, depending on the year, I'll tell you how I feel about it. Because there's some years where, all right, if we're a little bit banged up coming out of the tournament, let's get a few extra days off, then we'll get back to work. With this year, with how well South Carolina was playing in the SEC tournament, I was like, can we just start the NCAAs right now? Because they were playing at a very high level. At the SEC tournament, and that's how you want to be playing in March Madness. And you never know what can happen in 2 weeks. You can come out flat, and the good thing is everybody needs a little bit of rest this time of year. So I know they got a few days of that after the SEC tournament to recover from 3 games in 3 days. And then after that, with what they do with their highlighters, which is the practice squad, they're getting the reps in. So even though it's not real game, they're getting good competition in with the men's team that they practice against for the few weeks. So I'm not as worried about them being sharp. To me, it's just more up here because you have that first round thing. You're supposed to win. It's like, okay, let's not come out flat. Let's put the game away, and and then we'll worry about the next game after that. But yeah, most years I worry about it a little bit. It's too much time off, but everybody's in the same boat. So hopefully, they can take care of business on day one and get back into a rhythm.
Well, hopefully, luckily they've got the 16 seed. It's not like it's an 8-9 matchup or something like that. I mean, because if you're rusty tomorrow, you're still going to be okay. You just want to get it cleaned up.
Yeah. I think it only happened once in the women's tournament where the 16 team beat the 1. It was like in 1998. I think it was Harvard beat Stanford, which was shocking. I think it was the only time. I think that's right. I think that's the only time a women's 16 beat a number 1.
I'm sure that made Tara Vanderveer happy.
Yeah.
Well, I know one thing. After watching the SEC tournament last week, the men's tournament with the one game they played against Arkansas, Chloe made the trek up to Nashville. Look here, CMB. You don't have very far to go. You just got to walk across the street to watch your girlfriend play. So if he's not in the stands, we're gonna have a big problem here. So we somebody put a camera on this kid and make sure that he's in the arena tomorrow afternoon. I wonder who would win in a game of horse between those two. Have you ever asked her that question?
No, but I think I will. The way she was shooting in the SEC tournament, because like I said, she shot 75% from the floor. She was killing it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That'd be a nice little Gamecocks plus piece to do or something like that.
I smell an NIL opportunity somewhere. I don't know.
I agree. That's we're on to something. I just want to cut, if you don't mind, whoever sets that up. No, I'm totally kidding about that. Well, Brad, look, we can't wait. 3:30 airtime tomorrow.
Correct.
What time's the first game?
1:30.
Okay, so even if it runs a little long, you'll still come on at 3:30 and give an update, right?
Yep, I'll still be flapping my gums at 1:30. And for listeners in Columbia, I think tomorrow we're on 98.5 FM because eventually it'll overlap with baseball. So we'll just be on 98.5 FM in Columbia, or just go to the Gamecocks app wherever you are and you can listen there.
I'm glad you said that. We remind people that all the time. You see these things on message boards. How do I do? I'm like, guys, just download the Gamecocks app. It is free. You can watch it and listen to it.
That's how my mom listens. She just listens on her phone. We're good to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Always great to see you. Have a blast. I hope we'll get you back here sooner than later. Maybe previewing a Sweet 16 run or something like that. And then we expect him to be there. Brad, you don't have enough. Where are you putting the rings now? On your feet? You don't have enough fingers left.
Those things are so big and heavy. I got to get bigger biceps to wear those things, man. It's a good problem, though.
It weighs you down, no doubt. Thanks, bud.
Thank you. I enjoyed it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. There you go, Brad Muller. We didn't even get to softball with him, but we'll give you an update on that ourselves here in just a little while. Timeout. Derek Scott joins us next on The Morning Show.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Tartan Day South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway. April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at tartandaysouth.com. Your first visit won't be your last.
It's gone! That ball is going to be out of here! Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the Village at Sandhill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting: hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever, and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lesson today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and the sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for a...
This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt, these are my fields, where I harvest what I plant. That little pond, I catch bluegill. I built that barn with my 2 hands, where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Now this ain't just a piece of land. The money be great, but I can't part ways with a life that works. You can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth.
It is 11 o'clock. It's the final hour of the morning show and the second hour, brought to you by Palm Casual, palmcasual.com. If you want to make your outdoors much better than they are, let me just put it in layman's terms. If your outdoor furniture sucks, you want to go to Palm Casual and make it a lot better. Gamecock owned and operated 4 locations here in the great state of South Carolina. And also, they got one coming in Wilmington here pretty soon as well. palmcasual.com. All right, there's the great Derek Scott. He joins me in enjoying these last about 5 to 6 hours before our brackets are in the trash can. Right, Derek?
Well, that's usually how it goes. Although I will say I am on a streak in my small group that I play with. I won 2 years ago, and I was the runner-up last year. And the only reason I lost last year is for some reason, I let pride get in my way and did not pick. I had UConn and Purdue in the finals, but I picked Purdue to win it, knowing full well they couldn't or wouldn't. But I just didn't want to just pick the same team a second year in a row. Kind of felt like that, almost felt like cheating. Well, common sense, it was the right answer. But so anyway, based on that recent success, I am convinced it will be a complete and utter failure this year. So
It's generally like a girl I dated in college, you know. She's like, who is this? I'm like, oh, well, they're, you know, I'll tell her who, whatever team it was. Oh, I like their mascot. I'll take that one. You know, and then you know, it's, and then not vilifying women or anything. I'm just talking about this particular one. And then she won the bracket. I mean, I just couldn't believe it. You know, oh, well, who's the best team in the tournament? Well, that team. Okay, well, they're going to win it, and they did. You know, like, oh, well, that's kind of simple. I never really thought about it like that. Well, you saw every team in the SEC, Derek. How many get to the Sweet 16?
Oh man, it's so hard to tell because it has nothing to do oftentimes with the regular season. I mean, that's the hard part is this sport is so unique and it's magical. There's nothing I would trade for the NCAA tournament experience. I wouldn't adjust it in one small measure, wouldn't touch it. But it's not the same as saying in football necessarily, you know, the team that wins it all likely was the best team. Right. It's not that. It's, you know, who gets hot. And because you've got to win 6 in a row, and there are too many years that you can look back and think about. If you really go back and look, who was the best team in the regular season? They don't usually win it. I mean, the number 1 overall seed in the NCAA basketball tournament hasn't won this thing in how long? I mean, it has been a while, you know?
Yeah.
I guess UConn last year, I can't remember now if they ended up being the number 1 overall seed or not, but it just doesn't usually go that way. So It's not necessarily about, was this league historically great this year? Yes. Does that guarantee postseason success? Not in the least. I wouldn't be shocked if it doesn't go at all the way people expect it. But the other side of that is I've seen people that really love their KenPom numbers and their analytics who are saying that the number 1 seeds, their efficiency marks were so far above everything that is normal that they are leaning hard into the possibility that Final Four might be the 4-1 seeds. I'm not going there just because history has shown you rarely how often 1 seeds have that level of success. So I did not do that with my bracket, but I understand why you might, just based on how elite those 4 teams really were at the, when the season concluded and really throughout the course of the season. If you wanted to tell me Auburn, Florida, Duke and Houston were all going to be there, I won't be shocked, but I'm not going to put my shillings on such a outcome. So.
No, well, the flag, I know that he's going to play. I mean, I get that, but obviously still being hurt last week gives you a little pause. Auburn's lost 3 of 4 coming into this thing. I don't know how much that means.
I think it means a lot. I don't think you just find it again this time of year. Maybe they do, but the things that I go against Auburn are the fact that they're not playing their best right now. Secondly, that they got what I call the Duke 2017 treatment. You remember Duke was a 2 seed and got sent to Greenville, South Carolina, which seems relatively close to Durham. But then you realize if that team wins their first game, you've got to play South Carolina in South Carolina. And oh, by the way, North Carolina is going to be there too, and their fans hate us. So it became a very one-sided building in the second round. Well, Auburn could face Louisville in Rupp Arena in the second round, and Tennessee's fans could be there too. It could really turn on Auburn in that same manner in the second round. So I just think there's a lot of stuff going against Auburn. So I'm not as good as they were this year. Tip my cap. Best team in college basketball if you want to judge it from beginning to end, no question. But I can't ride with that. And Duke plays in such a bad ACC this year. I mean, if you get to the second round with them and they get Mississippi State, when's the last time they matched up with a team that looked like Mississippi State? And yet Mississippi State has matched up with teams that look similar to Duke pretty much at least once a week for the last 3 months. So I don't love it for it to be early round matchups. I don't think either one of them have the greatest situation in that regard as a setup. And the only thing I have against Florida is that everybody is picking Florida.
Right.
I mean, everybody is picking Florida, and that doesn't often turn out to be the way it goes either. So we'll see. And then somebody once told me there's a longstanding trend where every team who's won it all had a first-round draft pick on their roster. You had at least one. And Florida, I don't know that Florida does. They're a great team, tremendous team, but I don't know who the first-round pick is on that roster. So,
well, that's a good point. Mike was talking about that on our program the other day. He said, go look at Florida's roster and see how they constructed it. It's not a bunch of blue chip guys.
Right.
That's just not what it is.
Right.
But they are good, and they are. You could argue the hottest.
And you could say the same thing about Auburn for that matter. They don't have a surefire first rounder on that roster at all. So, but they have both had amazing seasons, just tremendous seasons, and they also have the one thing in common that is that they absolutely should have lost at Colonial Life Arena. That's the crazy part.
There's a few teams that should, including Florida.
Those two are. I mean, the Florida loss was the worst. I mean, you led them for all but 4 seconds. I think the last basket of the game was their only lead, and Auburn, South Carolina outplayed pretty thoroughly while Janai Broome was on the floor. And when he was injured, it seemed like that flipped things in their favor as opposed to against them. So it's just a crazy game and a 3-point loss there too. So
on that note, with the Gamecocks, and Derek, you know damn well I won't pin you in a corner to pick apart players and who's good and bad and stuff like that. Well, I'm not doing that. But what do you, just out of curiosity, what do you think the next few weeks looks like for this basketball program?
There will be, there'll be great energy put into the portal, but I think there would have been, regardless. I think that's now every year. That's the routine now. But yes, I mean, you can't look at the roster as it's constructed and see the outcome of the season and not think that you need to improve the roster. You've got to go find some new pieces. You can't just sit here and wait on Eli Ellis to come in and save the day. Right. You've got to go find some veterans. That's how the game is played these days. So I'm quite confident that Coach Paris and his staff will be working very, very hard to get guys in for visits and see if they can find some good matchups, good pairings, guys that are fits for this program, as they were able to do so successfully 2 seasons ago.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, obviously you're losing some guards. Jamari's out of eligibility. Jacoby's gone. The Eli Ellis thing is an interesting talking point because he is a superstar where he's playing now. This is also the best league in the country. And I'm not saying you can't come in and be a superstar. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I agree 100% with what you're saying. Let's not put that on him. Let's let him grow into that role and get somebody else to take the reins there. My understanding is both Miles Studi and Nick Pringle, if they want to come back and are eligible to come back, which who knows with the NCAA. Well, if you want to be eligible, just sue the NCAA. They'll let you play. That they would like to return to South Carolina and that South Carolina would welcome them back to Columbia. I haven't heard a thing about Studi in the blood clot. That's a serious deal. So first and foremost, golly, I hope he's okay.
Oh, he's making great progress. They would have never let him get on the airplane with us in the last few road trips if he were not. I don't think that's the issue. It's just that's a 3-month window where they shut you down. So he's not been allowed to return to any serious activity. And the whole thing there is it's a bit of a Hail Mary trying to get that extra year back. But as you pointed out, we've seen some Hail Marys landed in NCAA challenges in recent years. So he's pursuing it. The university's pursuing it for him. So all you can do is sit and wait on that one. And as far as Nick has that extra year of eligibility because of COVID. The fit, if he's going to come back, the fit has to be in multi-parts. A, do you want to be here again? B, do they want you here again? And then C, if both sides agree that they'd like to keep that marriage intact, what are the NIL/financial terms of the marriage? Because there's no mandate that it has to look the same this year as it did last year. So if the university or if the basketball program feels like we've got to move the dollars around, we've got to work with, we've got to target some different things, does that change his mind or does that make him want to go out and see what else is available out there? It's still weird talking about it in those terms, but that's the business aspect of what it is now. So you do have to take that into consideration as opposed to just saying, hey, do you want to play here again? And do we want you to play here again? It now also comes down to, will the terms be different this year than last year that are offered to him? And if they are different, does that change his opinion of the opportunity?
Back in November, we were talking about Nick with you, and you mentioned his role at South Carolina versus his role at Alabama. Now that the dust is settled on the season and it's over, what do you think those challenges were like for him?
Well, it was hard. I mean, he's never played in a role where he was, trying to catch it on the block with his back to the basket and score over guys. That was new to him. And at times he looked good doing it. And then there were games where he really struggled with that. And I mean, it was just like it was for everybody on that roster this year. There were some ups and downs, and there were some games where you thought, we'll see if we can get that from him. Boy, that puts us in a different place. You saw that against Clemson, obviously. You saw it late in the season in the win against Arkansas. There were some spots there, but then there were some teams that were just so big and athletic and physical that it was hard for him to be able in the half court to make his mark, to find his niche and be impactful.
We'll see. Guys like Cam Scott and others, I mean, they got talent on this team, and we'll see what happens here over the next. We'll know. You got this April 7th NIL deal date coming up, and you got the portal opening, and you got all kinds of stuff going on. So we're going to know plenty about it here before long. You mentioned big and physical. That's also Arkansas Razorback baseball right now. Their offense is scorching. 342 on the season. They've hit 29, or no. They haven't hit 29. They've hit 9. I know they've hit 9 in 3 games, balls out of the yard.
Right.
They've hit 45, I think it is, 47 total on the year. 322. I said 342. This is a big opportunity for Gamecock baseball. I know some people look at it like it's scary. It can be. They're number 3 in the country, and Baum is one of the elite atmospheres in college baseball. But also after what happened this past Sunday, squeaking through Tuesday night at Segra Park, you've got a huge opportunity to make a statement this weekend on the road against a top 3 or 4 team in the country. Derek, I mentioned their offense. The last few years, Arkansas's offense hasn't really been the story. It's been the pitching and the defense, and now they got these Alloy brothers who've popped up out of nowhere, and they've hit almost 20 balls out of the yard already through 20 games. This is going to be a tough contest. Do you expect? I guess what we're going to know today. You expect the rotation to stay the same as it was last week?
I tried to pull that out of Coach Maneri last night on Carolina Call, but he, to his defense, he was very honest. He said, "Hey, my plane just landed." He had been in Baton Rouge for Skip Burtman's wife's funeral. He and Coach Tanner went down for that. So the plane landed, he came to Backstreets to do the show, and he was going to the office when the show was over, and he and Terry Rooney were going to meet and discuss those very things. So he was not willing to commit at that point last night in the 6 o'clock hour as to whether the rotation would look the same or not. So and the fact that he wasn't willing to commit made me go, that's interesting, because I didn't see anything last weekend that made me think, well, you got to change this. This has to be addressed. I would feel like that's the best route to go, is to stick with those 3 in that order. But he and Coach Rooney know best. And so I'm curious to see when the release comes out today, if it does stay in place with that combo Stone, McCoy, Eskew. And if not, then what's the new direction you're going in? But I thought both Stone and McCoy really battled their tails off last weekend, and that was their exposure to SEC starting pitching for the first time. And having done that, now you get your next exposure, which is a very adverse circumstance, meaning you're on the road in this league against a top 5 team, and in front of what is usually a very, very intense atmosphere. I mean, that's the thing about Arkansas's fan base. They bring it, man. They're there every night for the most part. And so it'll be a real challenge for all those guys. But I don't know that you've got someone else sitting, waiting in the wings that you can say, well, they've been there before, so let's give them that shot. That's why I suspect it'll look similar, but we'll know probably within the next couple hours if that is indeed the case.
Yeah, I think so. There were 2 innings last week that were what you would call bad innings, crooked innings. Stone had 1, McCoy had 1, and they both worked through them, settled down, and gave their team a chance to win the game. Obviously, they did on Saturday, and didn't work out Friday, and then Sunday. I was a little concerned after Sunday with that loss, not for the outlook in the entire season, just you didn't get North Carolina A&T, or I don't know, somebody like that. You had the College of Charleston on Tuesday, and and Chad does have a good baseball team, and I thought that could sneak up and get them, and they got out of there. There's no doubt about it. But you wonder when, especially teams, Derek, that are fairly new together. I mean, I know they've been together since the fall. I get that. I understand it. But when you get into the season and you get your heart broken like that, collectively, who's the one that kind of grabs the bull by the horns and picks that group up and moves on? So I didn't know what we get out of them. And now they've had enough time to flush it, and at least they got the win. Offensively, though, last weekend, you saw firsthand the Oklahoma pitching staff. I think they're very talented, including obviously the Witherspoon brothers.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good group. I thought that this team was ready for SEC pitching based on watching them last weekend. Regardless of what happened on Tuesday, Derek, I thought they were excited to see some arms that were going to challenge them.
I was very encouraged by the offense. I mean, would you have liked to have a little more pop, a little more extra base hitting? Sure. But as far as the comparison to how they looked against Clemson a couple weeks back and how they looked against Oklahoma, there were major strides that were made up and down that lineup, and especially the bottom of the order, which at times had just not really held up its end of the bargain early in this season, even against some of the non-conference opponents that you weren't necessarily, overwhelmed by the talent on the pitching staff. But those guys really, really made their presence known throughout the weekend. Obviously, Henry Kazmar had his best 3-game stretch of the season. And then you look at, some of the other guys. I mean, I just felt really good about, Talmadge LeCroy, the way he swung the bat all weekend long, and Jordan Carrion is continuing to be a consistent, presence in this lineup. So yeah, there was some real progress made there. And then the 2 freshmen who played a lot during the weekend, didn't look overwhelmed, because that was the one thing I took away from the Clemson weekend was KJ Scobie. As much as I like that kid and I'm excited about him, he looked like he was a freshman going up against big-time pitching for the first time when they played Clemson. And yet against Oklahoma, you didn't see that. He had, obviously Friday night was really loud for him, and then he comes back Saturday and hits the home run. And I just really liked what I saw from him. And Bo Hollins, he didn't look over his skis. He might not have had a ton of success as far as, results that weekend, but he didn't look like a guy who was overmatched. So that's a positive too. No, I felt good about the offense. The offense to me was productive. You want to squeeze out a few more runs here and there, but at the same time, it was not some disappointing performance from the guys at in the batter's box throughout that 3-game stretch.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I think you're dead on with that, and not going strictly by the numbers here. I'm going by eyeball. I've watched Arkansas a decent amount this year. I try to watch all these SEC teams as much as possible. Derek, I like the Oklahoma pitching staff better than the Arkansas pitching staff, which is kind of strange to say. Yeah. Now, that doesn't mean that the Arkansas pitching staff ain't going to come in this weekend and look like the 95 Braves or something like that. They could. It's baseball. We'll see. But I do like the Oklahoma staff as much as I've liked many of them that we've seen. And that brings me to Ethan Petrie. We talked to Will Crow about this yesterday and got Will's version of it from the pitching side. It's strange to say things like this, and you've been around Ethan for 3 years. And Coach Lake references the SEC often as a testosterone league. You are going to get challenged. It's not going to be like the other night, like Chad Holbrook was not going to let that kid on the mound get beat by Ethan Petrie. They were going to break and ball him to death, and if you walk him, you walk him. That ain't going to be the case in Fayetteville this weekend. They will throw to him, just like Oklahoma did last weekend. Watching Ethan on Tuesday night, I could just see through the television and listening to y'all, he was coming out of his skis trying to hit balls to the moon. It was like, my God, somebody give me a 94 5-mile-an-hour fastball so I can hit it a country mile here. He's going to see that this weekend. I think he gets better with SEC play. I liked him last weekend, and I like him again this weekend, Derek.
Well, yes, but I don't question he's better. I just think that I'm not as sold on how challenging how much teams are going to challenge him in conference play, because he is still by far the centerpiece of this lineup. Mm-hmm. And I don't care what level you coach on, you are not, there's a mentality of we're not going to let one guy beat us. And so I'm not sold on that position yet. I'm more curious to see at Arkansas how they do pitch to him. Will he get more fastballs to swing at? There were parts of the Oklahoma series where he did, but then there were also moments where they made it clear they weren't going to allow him to be the difference maker in this game. So Yeah, that's a real curiosity to me. I have been so impressed with him this season in his willingness to deal with that circumstance. He's not at any point that I've noticed tried to do too much.
Yeah.
And you see it every year for a variety of reasons. Either it is what the circumstance he's in, as to what I'm alluding to, which is he is, he's the clear-cut guy, and there's not a hitter behind him that you feel like, well, we don't want to mess with that guy, so we're probably going to work around him. There's that scenario, which could cause him to expand his strike zone and get impatient, chase some bad balls. Hasn't done it. There's also the whole it's your draft year scenario. We've watched guys put so much pressure on themselves in not our program, but every program around the country. There's a story every year about a guy who you look up midway through the junior year and you go, what is wrong with him? And the people that are around him closely will say, it's a draft year, man. He's trying, he's pressuring himself. He's getting out of his routine. I haven't seen any indication of either of those scenarios impacting Ethan. And that's been really, really encouraging. It's a sign of maturity. He's a great leader for this team. And then as Coach Beneri says, he wants to win. He wants his team to win as much as anybody I've ever coached. And at times it's almost like I want him to be a little more selfish. Coach Beneri, if you haven't figured it out yet, he considers walk as dirty of a 4-letter word as anything else you can come up with. He don't want his guys taking walks. He wants aggressive hackers up there. He feels like if you're taking pitches, it costs you your aggressiveness. And so he's not a big fan of that. So he, when we see Ethan taking some free passes that are clearly the opponent not wanting to pitch to him without actually saying, just go take your base, the intentional walk. Ethan has really managed those circumstances well. And I've just been really impressed by it. And to your point, I'm really curious when we get to Fayetteville to see what their approach is, how they pitch him, because Dave Van Horn is one of the best all time, I think.
Yep.
I really do. Yeah. He will not he'll not make those kinds of coaching mistakes that help you out too much. So if we see whatever DVH's approach is, it's probably something a lot of other people will mimic as the season goes along with how they approach Ethan Petrie and how they pitch him.
Well, certainly everybody this year has been, that shift is on. I think sometimes people look at that and they think about it a little bit differently than the purpose of it. They're all very willing to give up a single to right field through the 4-hole.
Yep.
What they don't want to give up is the home run or the ball in the left center field gap or whatever it is. But he's been taking that. All right, you're going to give it to me, I'll take it. And I think it's been quite impressive. Jordan Carrion's been impressive offensively. I know he'd like to have the 9th inning back last week, but that's over and he can't get it back. But he's been a nice spark to this team at the bottom of the lineup too, Derek.
Oh, I love what I've seen from him. First of all, yes, you're right. That one play sticks with you, but he has been, other than that, he's been nothing short of excellent defensively. And he's got that unique approach offensively. He's going to go up there, and you talk about a guy who's not there to walk. He's there to swing at the first pitch if it's in the zone. He has a very obvious first pitch fastball, I'm ready to hack approach. He's had a lot of success with that. He's got that Stewart calls it that buggy whip swing. And for a guy where he's batting in the order, I like what I've seen a lot from him so far. And plus, it's not someone who you went into this season talking about much. Second base, most folks were thinking Nolan Naraki. At one point, that they were talking about a few different guys that might be in that spot. That's not a name that you heard much about, and he has clearly earned it. You've had some guys step forward from lesser roles, play hard, do things the right way, and they're getting rewarded with playing time. He is primarily the guy I look at, but Evan Stone's another one.
Evan Stone.
Love what I've seen from Stoney so far this year, and I'm really rooting for him to get more at bats because again, you don't know until you give him a chance. Put him in a lineup, leave him in the lineup for a couple days against SEC pitching. Let's see if he has matured enough and grown up and experienced it enough over these past few years that he's ready to take a step forward.
If he can lay off that breaking ball sometimes, Evan Stone could be dangerous. There's no question. And nobody likes to put that uniform on more than he does. So
Exactly.
I've been very happy about that. We'll see if maybe one of those guys squeezes up in the lineup too, because as much as Hall gets on base, having somebody in the 2-hole maybe that you can do some things with once he's on certainly would be advantageous for Ethan and Kennedy, Scobie,
Right.
whoever. So we'll kind of see. Derek, I know we got to let you run. Y'all leave. I'm assuming you're on the team plane today.
Yes.
Okay.
They're not making me drive. They did not tell me to get the equipment van yesterday. We'll see you when you get there. Thankfully.
You're not dumping Alex Jones on a drive back from Fayetteville by himself this time, right? Okay, that's good.
Fayetteville's a different challenge than Gainesville, that's for sure.
That's a little bit different. Thank you, man. 6:30 airtime. 7 o'clock airtime. 7 o'clock airtime. 7:15. Yeah, I've got basketball. I got it all screwed up. 7:15 airtime.
I think I told everybody last night to remember next week's Carolina Calls is on Thursday, not Wednesday. And I was real proud of myself. And then afterwards I was told, you said the show starts at 7 p.m. next Thursday. I'm like, oh. Okay, well, I got it. I'm batting 500, right? I got it the right day. I got the wrong time. So that's about where I am right now.
That's got the 6:30 midweek start times have got me screwed up. But you and Coach Lake keep doing what you're doing. Sometimes I forget I'm listening to a baseball game. I'll be sitting. I think last week y'all were talking about movie shows. I think I texted you about something.
You did. You got me on the straight and narrow there too. So.
Yeah, I just you get lost in the broadcast. That means you're doing something right. Thank you, Derek. Safe travels to Fayetteville. Bring back a win for us if you don't mind.
Sounds good, guys. Take care, JB. See you, man.
Yeah, man. You're the man. There you go. Derek Scott, the voice of Carolina basketball and baseball. It is time for a timeout. Tony Pope. You can head to tonypope.com during this break and check out everything they've got to offer. If you're going to shop your insurance, now's a good time to do it. Tax season, of course, right around the corner. It's the beginning of the year. A lot of people are starting to look at all their stuff. People are moving. Maybe you need homeowners insurance and you need to shop that. Tony Pope is a great Gamecock. His name often on the scoreboard at Founders Park and Williams-Brice Stadium and so on and so forth. TonyPope.com. Hang tight. We're about out of breath, but not out of time. We'll be right back. Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
This is Lenore Sullivan from Gamecock Football, and you listen to the show.
All right, 11:35 inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. You take it from here, Phil.
It's almost time.
Well,
Almost time for the first tip-offs here in March Madness.
I know. It's almost time for me to go down and get some medicine. This pollen is killing me.
Man, I know. And it seems like it was just not here one day this week, and then like Tuesday the yellow. At least that's how it happened up here. And it has been my allergy meds are having a hard time keeping up.
Dude, it's been brutal, man. This morning, I mean, it's been a few days worth of. We're supposed to maybe get a little bit of rain today that actually might help some of it, but and not on top of all that, this morning, let's see, are we gonna get rain? Hold on. Yep. Okay. So about 3:00, maybe an hour's worth. I don't know. I'm at the bus stop with my children, and the no-see-ums decided they would, they would eat. They were ready for breakfast.
They were ready to go.
The no-see-ums showed up, and I said, good God, pollen and no-see-ums, what the hell am I doing here? Why did I leave the mountains? I'm going back up there. This is ludicrous.
And mosquitoes in the yard, out in the backyard the other day. I'm like, all right, well,
I ain't worried about that.
Take. It's a give and a take. Yeah, no-see-ums are worse than mosquitoes because they are relentless,
dude. Well, and they're attracted to carbon dioxide. So if you don't want them to show up when you're outside, just don't breathe.
That's right, don't breathe.
But when you breathe, that's what they're attracted to. I'm not worried about the mosquitoes. And thanks to McFadden Pest Control, we've got that under control. We've got a neighbor who's kind of anti, I don't want to say anti, but just like, I don't know, man. We put chemicals on everything. I just don't want to do it. And I was like, whatever. I can tell you right now, we spray every inch of this grass. I do not let Heath and his team leave my yard until I know that every blade of grass has been hit. Every limb on every tree, every blade of grass, everything. I don't give a crap about the chemicals. I'm just not going to sit outside and get eat up by mosquitoes.
Yeah, so the bug man was here a couple weeks ago. I opened every door. I'm like, listen, go down in the big walk-in crawl space garage. Don't miss a lick this time. We're gonna need it.
Have at it, pal. Can you spray on the other side of their fence a little bit? No, it's illegal. All right. Well, you know what? I'm gonna go distract him out the front door. You go out the back. We'll knock this thing out.
Yeah. If you think you saw it move, spray it.
Yeah, dude. Can't stand that crap. Especially in the spring, when we like to sit outside and watch Carolina baseball and basketball.
Right.
I mean, Saturday we got a game. It's our first game for my kids' coach pitch team at 12:00, and so we'll be done by 1. I was like, well, we were invited to something that afternoon. I said, no. I traveled last weekend. I'm gonna have 2 TVs on my back porch: basketball, baseball. I ain't moving. Might even smoke some barbecue or something like that.
Nice. Yeah, we've got celebrating my youngest daughter's birthday, and she wanted to go to a water park. So we're going up to the Great Wolf Lodge. And, yeah. So I got to sacrifice a little bit of television viewing, a little bit of hoops viewing for that, but it'll be fun. It'll be fun.
It'll be a good trip. Y'all have a blast.
Yeah, we'll have a great time.
Hopefully the trip is not as good for Texas Tech. There's a top 12 matchup in Columbia this weekend in softball. Any of you, we didn't get a chance to get to this with Brad Muller earlier. I was so engaged in that women's conversation. There's a lot of things to actually talk about, but the Red Raiders come to town at 23-5, 5-1 in the Big 12, and the Gamecocks, of course, winning the series last weekend against Georgia, are 22-5 and 2-4 in the SEC. And they've been in a bunch of tight ones already. Obviously, losing 3 one-run games at Oklahoma, winning a couple of one-run games last weekend. But as good as Oklahoma is, I'm not sure that Carolina has run into anything like what they're going to run into tomorrow. And Najari Kennedy, the star power player, pitcher, whatever you want to call her for the Red Raiders. Listen to this, man. Listen to this. Are you listening?
I am. I'm listening. I'm all ears.
She has started 13 games, and her record is 10-3 in those 13. 7 of the starts have been complete games. 79 2/3 innings pitched. 7 earned runs. 7. 8 walks. That's 1 every 10 innings. So that's 1 every game and a half. And 124 strikeouts in 79 2/3 innings pitched. That's a .62 ERA and a whip of .69. I mean, this is woo. So Carolina's going to have their hands full against Oklahoma State on March the 9th. She came in relief. I believe I was in relief, and gave up 4 hits, 2 earned, and 5 runs total. Yeah, obviously, they had a couple of bugaboos there. She did hit a batter. She's hit 11 batters this year, and 70. That's good. And through 79 2/3 innings pitched, she has thrown 1,260 pitches. That's a lot. So, Gamecocks going to have their hands full. They're going to see her at least twice this weekend.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's the thing about softball is they got an ace. You're gonna catch them.
Yeah,
more than once.
Oh yeah,
be ready.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're gonna venture out, it's supposed to be a beautiful weekend weather-wise. It's supposed to be spectacular. If you're gonna venture on over to Beckham Field and catch the ladies. It is a 6:00 first pitch tomorrow, 3:00 on Saturday. That's the exact same time as the baseball game, and a noon first pitch on Sunday. A reminder, all 3 will be broadcast on the SEC Network Plus. Brad has basketball this weekend, so I'm pretty positive Cade Crenshaw has those on the SEC Network Plus. And then after that, the Tigers come to town Tuesday, March the 25th. So it's going to be next 4 games are going to be pretty intense matchups at Beckham Field, and then they got to go to LSU. I mean, it's tough, but this team is proven to be pretty good themselves. So excited to see what they've got there. On this, we got, I think, one more quick timeout to hit here in just a second, right?
We don't have to. No, we're good.
We're good.
Yeah, I played. Yeah, we're good. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that tells you how much I'm keeping up. On this baseball series this weekend, real quick too. Here, we'll see what Maneri says today. I haven't heard anything, and to be honest, I hadn't even checked. I did know last weekend what the rotation was going to be going into it, but I haven't heard whether they're planning to mix some things up or not. Arkansas swings it really, really well, and they hit the ball out of the yard a bunch. And we didn't have enough time to get into the specifics with Derek. I look at that. I'm not saying it'll play out this way. I could look like a total idiot on Monday, But I look at that, and if Brandon Stone and Dylan Eskew don't have control issues, and I know that, obviously Eskew has whole season, and basically his entire career at South Carolina. But, if they're able to find the strike zone, those are good matchups for Carolina because they roll a lot of ground balls. And now obviously you're hoping that, they're not sneaking through, and some will, and they're going to hit some on the screws. They're going to hit some balls out of the yard. But those are actually, when you got big power hitting teams like that, if you've got guys who can consistently roll a bunch of ground balls, that's actually a lot of times a route you want to take at least twice through the order. And then if you got to go in there and make a change, maybe you can do it. So I actually think that this matches up a little bit better than people. Now, they still got to go perform, but I think it matches up a little bit better than people maybe are giving it credit for. If you're just looking at the stat line for Brandon Stone last week, you get out of that first inning, and he was pretty good.
Yeah.
McCoy is a guy that I would be much more curious about out of those three against this Arkansas lineup, to be honest. And he's going to have to. He can't get behind hitters, or it could not really be going his way. But I actually look at it a little bit differently going into this weekend, believe it or not. But that's not the only thing that's going on in college baseball. You got a 4-13 matchup down in Gainesville. The Gators welcome the Georgia Bulldogs to town, who are ranked 4th in the country. You've got number 1 Tennessee and Tuscaloosa. Alabama was not ranked coming into the year, and they felt like they should have been. And there was a lot of people who kind of, just because they didn't see a preseason number next to their name, didn't know what to think about the Tide. They probably know what to think now. Tennessee is coming off of their first loss of the year against ETSU. They hit a home run in the 10th inning to beat the Vols in Knoxville on Tuesday evening. Tennessee is trying to right the ship. This is an intense rivalry, no matter what field or arena you put them in. But generally, the last few years, it's been, Alabama's been kind of trying to reconfigure themselves down there in baseball. Well, they've done it. They got a huge opportunity this weekend with the top-ranked team in the country, and then you got a top 8 matchup. This is going to be every week in the SEC going on in Austin. LSU is at Texas this weekend. Ooh, so the second-ranked Tigers, the 8th-ranked Longhorns. Texas wants to prove their worth, if you will, in the SEC. And we'll see. But that's going to be a difficult one. 18th-ranked Ole Miss is at Missouri. If Missouri doesn't want to be in the cellar this year, they're going to have to beat somebody they're not supposed to beat. So it's an opportunity for them. A&M, of course, has struggled throughout the season. They're in Nashville this weekend to play Vanderbilt. So clearly that's an opportunity for them to kind of get back on track. Kentucky has been much better than people thought that they would be. They've got 20th ranked Auburn in town this weekend. It is always difficult to play in Lexington for whatever reason. Sometimes it's the weather. Sometimes it's the atmosphere that has been better in the last couple of years because they've been better, but sometimes it just isn't very good, especially in March. It used to be because of the ballpark. It was like playing in an erector set. It was literally like 290 down the right field line too, Phil. You could hit a routine pop-up to the first baseman. I kid you not.
And it's gone.
2007, I think it was 07 or 08. I don't know. It was one of those years. What was that kid's name at Kentucky? He hits a pop fly, and smoke is drifting out to go get it. And Hartley's coming in from his right field spot. And then you see Hartley, he took a few steps in, and Hartley starts backing up, and Smoke's still running, and you're like, what the hell is going on here? Why is Smoke, Hartley's, the right fielder, is going backwards? And so, so my point was the ball was a pop-up where Justin thought he could just maybe drift out into the outfield and get it. The ball landed on the other side of the fence.
Jeez.
And you're like, come on, man. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here? So they finally rebuilt that thing. It still sucks to play up there. But so we'll see what happens in that. And I don't think I missed it. Oh, Mississippi State is at 10th ranked Oklahoma this weekend. Mississippi State is my man Chris Lamonis has been getting all kinds of heat down there ever since they won the national championship because they haven't won another one. So they got to go see the Witherspoon brothers this weekend up in Norman. So it'll be an outstanding weekend in the SEC. And not to go without mentioning one other big-time series that is happening in the upstate. 11th ranked Wake Forest makes the trek to very loud, very circus-like, very obnoxious Doug Kingsmore Stadium, where they will try to do a little bit better than the Gamecocks did up there, of course. But that will be played this weekend. Oh, Florida State and Miami play this weekend too. So can Miami reinsert their presence, if you will? They are 13-9 on the year. Florida State is ranked 5th in the country. All that money that Alex Rodriguez gave to that program and renamed the stadium after him and all that, Miami still can't get it going. Bizarre. Hello, JC.
ACC, man. It's a drag, dude, than all sports. How much better was Miami baseball there in the Big East?
Oh, yeah.
And football. The basketball, not so much, but
that's the one thing they took a step up in.
Yeah, now they got a new coach, and I doubt I think they're going back to disinterested university. But yeah, the ACC will do it for you.
Whatever happened to that yacht guy? The yacht guy. What was his name?
Shapiro.
Was it Shapiro?
Nevin Shapiro. Well, there's Nevin Shapiro. Then there was the healthcare guy that basically
might have been him.
Turned his multi-billion-dollar business that was under investigation into a NIL fund.
Mm-hmm.
That's
who it was.
With all this NIL stuff, guys, so many coaches I respect and have always loved just have disappointed me. Jim Larinaga. I mean, he resigns and is whining about, I was going to lose all my players. I'm like, dude, you bought a Final Four team a couple of years. You bought one. It was clear. Well, the one guy was going to, leave because you weren't paying him, and you paid him. You took Kansas State's best player. I mean, don't talk to me about that. Matt, it's the same thing with Matt Rule whining about the portal and people taking his players. I'm like, shut up.
And you are right, Frederick. Yeah, it was a
Ruiz.
Yeah, John Ruiz.
Yeah, Ruiz was the guy.
Hey, where's Frederick? Frederick, where you been, man?
Good morning.
He said good morning earlier.
Yesterday we were ready to do a wellness check on Frederick.
Yeah. Usually Frederick's the first one in, and it makes all of our day. Just so you know, it means a lot that you get it and say good morning like that. So don't. I think he was just filling out his bracket, Phil. He was on the Chief app filling out his Ernie bracket.
That's it. I've been tempted to make a couple changes to mine, but I was
you better hurry up.
I'm not doing it. I said I'm gonna stick with my gut. I'm gonna go with my initial feelings on this. I tuned out all the noise. I'm not gonna listen to what Matt said. I'm not gonna listen to what you said earlier. I'm not gonna listen to what anybody said. I'm just gonna let it ride.
I should have tuned in last night. I almost did. I fell asleep early. I've been getting up early. Fell asleep early. But I had it on my list. Tune into Matt for your bracket for bracketology on the late night Gamecock show, but did not end up making it there. But had a big long talk this morning. Phone call with one of our cohorts here. Michael Morgan. I don't talk to Mike on the phone that much. When we talk,
is he fired? Did we fire him?
He's not fired.
I know he was on the chopping block. Did we?
He came in yesterday and we had a good talk about Diane Lane.
Oh, that's always good. What's the go-to Diane Lane movie?
We talked about Unfaithful for a while, but
then
we celebrated her entire collection. But
okay,
I had long story short, I get these real estate things, Jamie, from Zillow, because the wife and I are looking to move back. So there was a house in Moore, South Carolina, which is outside of Spartanburg. Probably not going to be going back to the upstate just because it's nice to get some distance from family and friends, that you've known your whole life. And I think I would get there and be excited about being in Spartanburg for about 6 months and then be like, I'm going to die where I was born. And then you're like, oh, that reality hits you. But there's some nice houses out that way, and the house I got was on Diane Lane.
Oh my goodness!
I got that email right before we went on, or right before Mike joined us. So had to bring that up, do a little fiver and dimer and stuff like that. But good talk this morning, and had segments on in Tuscaloosa and Nashville like every Thursday. And kind of ready for March Madness to start. I'm excited. Going to my March Madness party tomorrow. 1 hour only on our portion of the Super Stream tomorrow, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, because I've got to get to my standing engagement. A buddy, he'll text me like in November. Hey, first Friday, March Madness, going to be at the tavern, 1 o'clock. And I'll respond, and then we never talk again, and I just show up, and he's there. My man Rich, he's a gambler. He likes to gamble. And that's fun, back before they legalized it everywhere. Me and my friends would go to Vegas for March Madness. That's a trip though, because you don't want to miss any of the action. So you fly in Wednesday and don't fly out till Monday. So you're in Vegas. Like that's a long time to be in Las Vegas.
An entire week, right? Yeah.
Vegas is more of a 2 or 3 days max for me. Like when the wife and I went out for the U2 concert in February, that's perfect time. You're there, you fly in, you spend a couple of days, and you get the hell out,
Right. I'd rather spend March Madness at the Cherokee Sportsbook and get up in the morning, go on a hike, come back, lose some money, eat some lunch or dinner.
There wasn't a Cherokee Sportsbook at the time.
Yeah, well, there is now.
In 2013. Yeah, dude, I'm down. I went to see Ron White at the Harris Cherokee Casino when it was one of the best. I got the VIP passes, so I got to go meet him.
Mm-hmm.
He grabbed my girlfriend at the time's butt.
Oh, wow, that sounds about right.
I didn't care. I wanted out,
Yeah, there you go.
I was like, take her, please. Take her.
He seems like the guy's smart enough to figure out that.
He's like, hey, you got a beautiful smile. He's like, I was not drunk in public.
Yeah,
I was drunk at a bar. No, I saw him about 2 or 3 times. I saw Cherokee. He came to Anderson, and that barn that they play. I don't even know who plays there. They have some kind of arena, but it's more like a big high school setup with bleachers. We sat in the bleachers. I saw him there, and then one other time somewhere. But yeah, Ron White, one of my favorite comedians.
Well, I meant to tell you all this earlier this week. So we were there last Saturday at the casino, took the kids bowling, and the bowling alley's upstairs, downstairs, and it connects to like I think it's called the eSports Zone. It's a restaurant. I mean, and then the arcade is on the top floor next to the second bowling alley lane area. And so we were there from about 12 o'clock until probably about 3:30, 4 o'clock or so, and then came back home or to the house or towards the house. Went to get our ice cream at the great Jack the Dipper. The warm cinnamon waffle cone with their vanilla ice cream is unmatched. It's unbeatable. You can get all the souped up ice cream you want. You could tell me how vanilla is too plain. You are so wrong until you've had this. It's the warm. They make the cone right there. Cinnamon waffle cone. They make it right there. So we came back. Anyways, that wasn't the point. But that Saturday night, guess who was performing there? Had I known, I would have said, honey, you're taking the kids. I'll stay here and get home in the morning. Guess who was performing Saturday night? Comedy show.
Rodney Carrington?
No. Larry the Cable Guy.
He's a fraud.
I know.
He's funny. I lost all respect for him, though, when they did an interview with him. He's like, I'm from Nebraska.
Yeah, when you found out he wasn't Southern, and you're like,
no, you're not from, well,
what?
Huh? Get her done. Get her done. Hell, I was like, well, hell, I could be a stand. I could just make a character, talk like Ed Orgeron and do comedy.
Well, that's good.
Nobody know the difference.
You could do that.
I'll kill it.
Got a joke for you people.
Well, this guy.
Well, tell me, Jamie. Tell us. I'm
Eddie
dying.
Griffin.
Oh my God!
Oh, nice.
Amazing.
All right.
He was going on stage like 4 hours after we left. I was
Dude,
like,
Totally
he's
appropriate for the children.
hilarious. And Cat Stevens and Eddie Griffin.
I can't believe I screwed that up. Yeah.
Favorites.
That's all right.
Though I mean, people know I quote the old school Eddie Murphy Raw and Delirious constantly.
Yeah.
I put the rules on the refrigerator, Eddie.
Well, if anybody's going up that way, but I just pulled it up, by the way. If anybody's headed up there, or if you're like, man, I you know what, that sounds like a neat deal, because people don't think, well, let me take my kids to a casino. That you're thinking about it all wrong. They've made it way. There was a high school or a middle school volleyball tournament going on there last weekend in the event center. I mean, it's totally a family thing now. You can go on the casino floor and be separated from everything, or you can take your kids and go to the pool, you can go to the arcade, you can go bowling, you can go out to dinner. There's all kinds of restaurants, some shopping, you can go on hikes. You're an hour from Gatlinburg. I mean, it really is a great family experience. So if you think you might want to go up one weekend, go to their website and look at the shows. Travis Tritt, Chicago, Tom Jones, The Temptations, The Four Tops, Ryan Bingham, The Righteous Brothers, The Beach Boys, Winona Judd, and Whiskey Myers are all on deck over the next couple of months.
Oh, no, don't say Tom Jones.
So
Don't
when are
let
they going
mine
to become
know
a
that-
sponsor?
I know, right?
Right.
I know.
My
Yeah,
wife will be
that's-
up there in a heartbeat if she knows Tom Jones is up there in Cherokee.
Yeah.
That close.
Yes, don't tell Dina.
No, my goodness.
Phil will be like,
I'll have to buy
get in the fan.
Friday, April 25th. Yep.
I can't believe you went and saw Tom Jones without me. Your friend Chris JC owns me $40. Because I bet she's a Tom Jones fan too.
Yeah, I don't know if my mother-in-law is or not, but the reason I say that, and it's funny, it ties into Vegas too, is that my in-laws asked my wife what she wanted, for a senior gift or whatever, and she was like, "I want to go out to Vegas and see Tom Jones." So they facilitated off to the MGM Grand, and she did get to see Tom live, and
That's
it's just
where
as wild as you would expect it to have been 30 years prior.
That's
is what
where
I
I'm
understand.
connecting the mother-in-law with Tom Jones.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's
yeah,
where I'm
'cause
connecting that.
They all three of them went out there and had a good old time.
I would like to see Tom Jones myself, to be honest with you.
Man, my man's got a set of pipes like you can't deny it.
He's amazing.
Well, so does Travis Tritt, and I'm kicking myself because I've never seen Travis Tritt, and he's one of my favorites ever. And he's going to be there on Saturday, April the 5th.
Y'all remember Rage Against the Machine?
Oh yeah,
remember?
You remember that song "Ghost of Tom Joad"?
Yes.
I thought it was "Ghost of Tom Jones" for a long time.
I did too. It was one of those misheard
Tom Jones
things
is
forever.
singer.
Yeah. It's like, wonder who this Tom Jones is.
It's like Prince's "When Doves Cry." Maybe I'm just like my mother. She's never sighed outside.
I've never heard that one.
I was like, get that woman out the house. Jeez.
She needs some vitamin D.
You picture this old woman in there just in a
It's
rocking
fun.
chair, like a scary movie. Like, that's now. She never gets out of her chair. Man, she cast a spell on a cat one day and it died.
Ashy as hell, a dip snuff over there in the corner.
Just looked at her wrong. Don't touch that snuff can. It's got Satan in it. Did I say Cat Stevens? Craig? I said Cat Stevens.
No, you said Cat Williams, didn't you?
I thought I said Cat Williams.
Well, we all know which cat it is.
I mean,
Williams. Oh,
R.I.P.
That's a callback. Yeah, so we got Gamecock Smorgasbord with Alex Jones.
All right.
Coming
Football,
up.
love
Speaking
game.
of a Jones brother, I'm going to talk a little football and stuff 30 minutes into the next hour. Phil and I are going to talk March Madness. I went back and dug through some history of the Gamecocks in March Madness. South Carolina's been playing basketball for 116 years. And they've only made the tournament 10 times in that span.
Pretty sad.
And I went back and looked at everybody kind of that was alive during that time remembers the McGuire years fondly and what happened in 70 when they lost the ACC tournament and couldn't go. They weren't very good in the tournament when they went either. From what I went back and looked. So, but with a 64 team field, Frank McGuire would have made it a bunch more. And great coaches sometimes go through stretches where they get upset. Bill Self did. It's just usually basketball. It's just kind of when it's your time, it's your time. But so I got some interesting history there. Going to talk a little recruiting. Got some offensive line recruiting tidbits, and a lot of fun here on Thursday.
Love it.
Well, I'm going to go watch a little hoops and get some work done, and got some things to do this afternoon. But I know tomorrow we'll be back. Raphael will be here tomorrow. It'll be fun to talk betting with him. And
yes, I will be tuning into that one.
Stuart Lake will be here. Look forward to that.
Stuart Lake, baseball.
Thanks to Matt Anderson, Brad Muller, and Derek Scott, the voice of the Gamecocks. We had 2 voices of the Gamecocks on. Appreciate those guys.
Brad is the voice of champions.
Voice of champions.
Yeah.
That's right.
Brad looks like he's about 35 years old, and he told a story today about when he was calling his first women's basketball game in 1993.
I was floored by that. I'm like, wait a minute. I
was like,
totally have your age wrong in my head.
The Nickelodeon version?
Must be Asian.
I never would have put him older than myself.
He's like 55. That's crazy.
Brad Muller's 55 years old.
Dude, Brad, like called his first game in 93, 92?
Yeah, he was 23 years old.
I am Brad Muller, the voice of champions. I am timeless.
Yeah.
I am time itself.
That hit me like I was in middle school. How old is
I know.
this guy?
He does a great job, though. And by the way, I didn't know if I would catch Derek or not, but I actually Sunday that game I sort of was lounging, and I pulled up the Gamecock app this time and listened to he and Stewart, and just did an old school baseball listen.
Yeah, it's the best.
And then the game sucked at the end, but it was great to do. It was great to just do that for a change, man. Just great. And the Gamecock app's the way to go. You told me. I don't want to come down on those guys at 107.5 because I like them and we go on the show. But that app's not the best experience. They have auto ads that play randomly in the middle of the broadcast.
Yeah. I don't like that at all.
And that's it's the same concept as podcast ads.
Yeah.
So it sort of just pops up. So
yeah.
Anyway, that's my story about that.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right, gentlemen.
Sounds good.
Have a thirsty Thursday. See you tomorrow on the morning show.
See you tomorrow.
I should not have screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese. But Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too, big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much, but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around, all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Muller on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show. I am Mad Dog Mullinax. He is JC Sherbert, and we are here to get you through the next couple hours with some Gamecocks talk. It's obviously a big day around sports as March Madness kicks off here in about 5 minutes for first tip, and then we'll all fire up our quad boxes, JC, pull out our favorite apps, and start laying money down on the table. But you can't do that if you're in the state of South Carolina.
For entertainment purposes only.
Yeah, entertainment purposes only.
Whatever.
So, I'll actually be in North Carolina. I'm kind of excited. I might do a little something.
I saw your tweet.
Later.
I don't think they have a sports book.
I don't think so either.
Lodge.
I don't think so either.
Phil. Like degenerate.
Send the family down to the water park while I belly up to the sports book.
I think that I think honestly that they'll have a bar there. They do at the one in Wisconsin.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never been, so I don't know what to expect. All
My
I know
brother's
is
been. My brother Jason.
Mm-hmm.
And I know they have a bar. He went to the one in Atlanta, and I know they have a bar because my mom was complaining. It's like his kid's birthday, and he's like just like about 16 Miller Lights in. Man. Jason, you know, you've met my brother,
Yeah.
the pilot.
Yeah.
I'm not there to, you know.
Yeah,
So that's
so
kind of how
funny.
he sounds.
I know. Yeah, no,
But,
and we're going up there for my youngest's birthday. Yeah, I guess that's all she wanted, to go to Great Wolf Lodge and play in the water park, and we're like, oh, we can make that
He
happen.
is something else, man.
Yeah.
So I'll just tell you all this. I talked to Phil's wife the other day, and we started talking about the difference between an aquarium and an amusement park.
I know what
And I started. I heard her out. I mean, I like both, right? Obviously, she's not an aquarium person, but the person I thought about was Allie. You know, as far as the aquarium goes, because she's so like she knows animals, and she's very curious. You know,
Yeah.
curious
Oh yeah.
child.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Very what I call a lifelong learner. So I thought about it. I was like, well, I don't know. You know, I was like, you know, Stella probably would like the amusement park. I said, well, Allie may like the aquarium. I was like, I was just sitting there thinking about that, but it'd be a good afternoon for her to see the fishes. But you know, I don't know, man. Sometimes it kind of just depends on what kind of vacation I'm on as to whether or not I like the aquarium.
Right. Yeah. What are we doing here?
If I'm
Right.
sitting on the beach all day drinking Miller Lite, sweat, you know, because you can get to going there and you sweat most of it out anyway.
Yeah.
I got a nice buzz. I don't want to go to a packed aquarium, and I'll get dizzy.
Right.
Of course, I made a mistake at Myrtle Beach one time. I get on the roller coaster after a few, and that's painful as well. So more like the log ride, something like that.
Kind of dizzy.
My buddy in high school, we broke in. It was first time I'd ever had alcohol in my life. Unfortunately, broke into my aunt's liquor cabinet. We were staying at her house, mixed tequila and Dr. Pepper. That was not smart.
Ooh.
I still can't drink Dr. Pepper because of it. The next day, though, we all got on the Gravitron. Yeah.
Oh, no.
And I didn't throw up. I was fine. I'd eaten a double cheeseburger from Wendy's, and because somehow that cured whatever. I didn't even know what a hangover was then. But my buddy Charlie gets off, and it's like 1 foot, 2 foot.
Yeah.
No. Dear God.
Hey, at least he was off the ride.
Yeah, man. that wouldn't have been some of that would have splattered all over the powers.
You're gonna wear it in there.
So anyway, lots to get to today. Spring football is in full bloom after they started yesterday. And that's what kind of thing is going. I'm looking in the Nana Sports chat box. So Lance has some inside info on Zion Giles. So don't be alarmed, but it's closer than people thought. I'm a track coach, and Coach Richard was at the meet last night. Coach Richard. Staff is expecting South Carolina closer than they thought. Well, yeah, Clemson's going to recruit him hard. I said this morning, I share in the confidence for him. By the way, he announces at 10:30 tomorrow morning at his school.
Yeah.
I don't think, there's some guys that are like 99%. I never go 100. I saw somebody do that young in my career in recruiting, Phil.
Mm-hmm.
And the kid was supposed to go to Clemson. It's Travian Robertson, actually.
Oh. Uh-huh.
Our Clemson site guy, they said, what's the percentage he's going to Clemson? He said 100%. And my man drove all the way to Laurinburg, North Carolina. And the next day, the kid was going to Carolina. And I was like, never go 100%, right? In recruiting, because you just never know. Now, Travian was one where South Carolina had the lead, big lead for a long time. Clemson kind of closed the gap. Back in those days, Tommy Bowden would kind of get in their head a little bit. They had a formula up there, probably thanks to Brad Scott, to be honest, where they painted Columbia. You would think it was the Gaza Strip. And scare kids from small towns.
Right.
You can't really make that point anymore because Columbia is a lot nicer. That perception. Columbia is actually a positive for South Carolina to recruit. But in so many places in South Carolina, their hometown is much more like Clemson than it is like Columbia. And so it's like, turn it into Gotham or whatever. That was their recruiting thing.
Right.
Travian's from a small town, so it went down that way. But Brad Lawing got on the phone with him, and they talked it out. So I was like, never 100%. But I don't think that necessarily that I would even put Giles in that 99, 98% range. More like 80 and 85. I think. But and I said this morning on coffee, maybe it's because of the Malik Clark decision last year, which surprised everyone. And the Gamecocks ended up flipping him from Florida State anyway. Giles is a different type of kid than Malik Clark, because with Clark, he kind of was one of those really open guys, the next school that came along, whatever. But, it would surprise me if Giles went somewhere else, but it would not shock me. How about that? So we'll see sort of what happens. I haven't always trusted this with South Carolina and him since he came on the radar. I was like, well, here's another kid from Carver's Bay. South Carolina they got Clifton Gathers. They thought they were getting Robert Gathers. They thought they were getting Kwame Gathers. They both went to Georgia at the last minute. They ignored Clayton Gathers, who they could have used. He goes to UCF and made the NFL. But those are all Gathers, this is a different guy. And so I just don't know. I get nervous a little bit about it, just kind of looking at it. But we'll see what happens tomorrow. Thanks for the scoop there, Lance.
Nice.
Latte Lance coming in
behind the scenes
big
there.
time in the
Yeah.
Nana's Porch chat box. He gives a scouting report too. Want to hear it, Phil?
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah,
He says,
let's
I've
hit it.
watched him for a long time, coached against him at Johnsonville, and I tell you, this athletic freak for a lineman, and I never felt he belonged in 1A ball. Dude is a man of boys. Yeah, I think you can find guys like this in small school ball in South Carolina. They don't have, it's not like every school has guys every year, but you find some freaks. I think, in my experience, I love, give me a kid from a small town around the state. They work. They have a low bust rate, as it will. So, yeah, that's the deal there. Nana's Porch chat box is active this morning. We've got Alex Jones, the pride of Hampton County, speaking of small towns, in 10 minutes for the Gamecock smorgasbord. I just call it a smorgasbord, Phil, because it's like, speaking of Myrtle Beach, right?
Right.
There used to be a place, they had smorgasbord. They had a smorgasbord there called Southern Suppers. It's right past Magic Harbor, where Magic Harbor used to be. Magic Harbor. Oh, ghosts. I used to go there as a kid. It was kind of creepy then too. I still have dreams about being at Magic Harbor, like I'm back there.
Right. Oh,
Like,
wow.
as a kid, it was weird. But a place called Southern, and it was basically an old country buffet before there was an OCB. You down with OCB?
Yeah, you know me.
You down with OCB?
I wish that would come back so bad.
OCB, I can't complain it. I get another plate. Go to the conversation.
Get another house band, another house band cover coming on.
You get dessert? That's not that simple. Dude, have you seen the old country buffet training videos?
Yes. Oh my goodness, where they're carving meat.
I went 61 straight days on my personal Instagram. By the way, I flipped it off a private a couple of months ago. So it's at JC Sherbert. If you'd like to follow me, it's basically just personal. It's my life. There's a few Gamecocks things there, but you kind of just follow my life. I went 61 straight days of sharing that on my Instagram story. When he goes,
nice.
Do you like hot fudge sundaes?
Yeah.
Nice. No, it's all right.
All right.
All right. So anyway, Southern Suppers was a smorgasbord back then, and I wish they'd bring that back too, and Ryan's and Quincy's and all those yummy places. So we got Alex Jones coming up, and Nana's Porch chat box. There is some questions in here. Oh, Bruin brings up from the chat box, another Georgia player was arrested on reckless driving.
I saw that.
That's tough. Nitro Tuggle. Now,
okay, right.
I'm going to say this about Nitro Tuggle. Despite other than the fact his name is Nitro Tuggle, and that is amazing name.
That's all name team right there.
He's one where I think the evaluators, our network and elsewhere, sort of gave Georgia the benefit of the doubt. He's a 6'1", 194-pound receiver. He played well at times last year in spots. Georgia didn't have any receivers though by the end. Ran an 11.500 meter, which is not even in colder climates. That's okay. I mean, it's not like he's got blinding speed. He's more just a good, solid 3-star prospect. He just went to Georgia, and LSU and Penn State offered. And I may eat my words because watch him lead the SEC in receiving this year. But as a player, his lead foot aside, I was always kind of curious. I'm like, and then I was kind of wondering why Georgia would go. The place he's from in Indiana is like kind of between South Bend and Fort Wayne in the northern part. There's not a lot of talent there. There is in Fort Wayne. This is out in the country. So I don't know why they took Nitro Tuggle. They must see something I didn't, and that's fine. I'm wrong, just like everybody else. But it was interesting. His name popped up because that's one I was always like, yeah, he's a 123rd ranked player in the country, probably ahead of Mazeo Bennett in those rankings, right? I'm like, there's no comparison between those two players. I mean, Tuggle's in one small lower category, and Bennett wasn't a 5-star guy or anything, but was, I thought, solid top 150. Anywho, that just shows you it's tough to it is tough to evaluate receivers because there's so many of them. How do you differentiate?
Yeah.
Most of them are relatively tall. They can run. They run good routes, that kind of thing. So that's interesting, Bruin. Did you hear anybody hear Kirby Smart the other day?
No.
When he's in his press conference, he's like, they're offended when I coach them.
Throw
up their hands. I'm like, well, that's this generation, Curbs.
Yeah, right.
A guy like Kirby Smart, it has to drive him insane.
Oh, could you imagine? Because he's like in that old school Saban mentality, right? Because he was under him for so many years. You get that starts to imprint on you. And you have to imagine that some of the frustrations that led Nick to making the decision that he did to leave college football are just eating away at guys like Kirby. I mean, I feel like, Dabo up here has gone through some of that too. Just like they fundamentally feel like this sport should still operate like it did 20 years ago and don't appreciate the fact that these guys are coming in here playing for money now. And the mentality that comes with a guy who only comes to play for money, right? That's the thing, is there's a difference now. You can pay a loyal guy and they'll work their butt off and all of that, but I don't see Kirby shifting his approach to the off season to say something akin to Lane Kiffin.
No.
Needless to say, that's not going to be how Georgia builds under
Kirby,
Smart.
He catches some hell sometimes. What I know of him, I don't know him, but from what I know of him, he's a good dude. I mean, he's not, he's not morally bankrupt like some coaches out there. I would have thrown some shade at Lane Kiffin just now about moral bankruptcy, but honest to God, I don't know if people are paying attention. Lane Kiffin's changed his whole life around.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He gave up alcohol. He's reconciled with his wife, his ex-wife. He's got the family back together. There's a dude that found peace, right?
Yeah.
And I can respect that for anybody, no matter how much they act out on Twitter and things like that, that Lane does. But it's it's interesting. Kirby Smart, think about this. If you're him, you've won 2 national championships at your alma mater. Georgia, it had been since 1980 since they'd won it. Would you be he's young, still relatively young. And he loves to coach. He loves ball. Would you be someone, if you're Kirby, that if an NFL franchise comes calling, that you say, all right, I'm gonna go jump in? I don't know.
I don't know either.
I mean, I would imagine under the old, setup, where he was recruiting everybody he wanted, you stay at Georgia for life.
Right.
School, his wife's, but if professionally, if you get tired of it, because a lot of the guys that are tired of the New Deal, Phil, are they were older and they were just retiring. They're just leaving, or like Bronco Mendenhall, I think, decided he wanted out. Need to reset, but then he takes New Mexico and then he leaves New Mexico for Utah State. Anything less of him. There's another coach I think less of now.
No.
But so I don't know what's going to happen there. But Lance is talking about Zion, bread and butter. Zion Giles is his run blocking, strong anchor, long arms, hand fights at elite level, work on kick, step, and pass pro. Yeah, they're going to teach him that. That's normal for a guy like that at that level. That's just all upside. I love him. He's a 4-star 24/7 sports composite, player. So, so that's it there. Going back. Matt has a question, and we're going to answer this, and then we got to get to a break because Alex, Mr. Jones, is going to be in the house.
That's right. That's right.
With the smorgasbord. Random question to start the afternoon: is Nick Harbor's position with the highest ceiling receiver or potentially tight end like he played in high school? Now that he's not doing track and can add some weight, would he be better doing that or edge? Said he wants to lose weight now for his receiver position. Would he be better doing that? No.
And that's
I don't think he has a defensive mentality first. You know, it would take years of development to get him to, I mean, certainly has talent to come off the edge, but you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube on that, I don't think. It's like Jarrell Adams. When Jarrell Adams came in, it was like a lot of us thought he played DN, and we kind of wish he would have, because Carolina didn't have a whole lot of DN, you know, when he was playing tight end, and they had Busta Anderson there too. But Adams just didn't have that defensive mentality. That's fine. He got drafted as a tight end. You know, as far as tight end goes, I don't see that either, because, you know, if he's a tight end, he's like Jared Cook, and Jared Cook was a guy in college that Spurrier split out like a wide out all the time. So you're essentially playing wide out anyway. I think wide receivers coming on for him. You know, I think that you can also, to your point, Matt, because you're not necessarily wrong at asking asking the question. You can move him around and have pass plays that are designed for tight ends, and he just is like what do they call the Y receiver or whatever. So you can play him like a tight end. You know, you don't have to box yourself in with that. But in the system South Carolina has run, or the systems, I don't want to talk about how the first coordinator under Beamer used his tight end or ends or whatever the hell he was trying to do. But Loggins, you know, you have kind of two different spots there, and I don't know. It's not as easy as just moving him out there. And I'll keep in mind too. I'll keep saying this, and this is not my opinion. This is just like what I've observed for 4 years under the staff. They don't really move guys. Yeah, they moved Wendell Gregory last year. They didn't say a word about it, and he's an edge now. But they don't like. I still think they could have moved Vakari Swain to offense first year, and he could have done some things, but they stayed the course, and that's kind of Beamer. Stay consistent. Don't deviate. Don't deviate from supporting Gamecock Traditions. GamecockTraditions.com. Check them out. They're one of the sponsors of our super stream here. GamecockTraditions.com. Follow them on their social media accounts. It's one of the best clothing accessory stores, Phil, at managing their social media. It actually makes me, sometimes if you get too many, on social, if you get sell, buy, I like looking at the gear and the trinkets and things and the new arrivals. So follow them Instagram, follow them on X, like them on Facebook, GamecockTraditions.com. Also the two stores, Village at Sand Hills and also out in Lexington. Gamecock, home of the original beat stickers, which I used to think were cursed, and now I do not any longer. That they're paying us money. I'm just kidding. No, I'm kidding. I kind of I let go of that in the early 2000s. Anyway, we'll be right back. Gamecock Smorgasbord, the pride of Hampton County. Alex Jones from thebigspur.com. We'll be back after these messages.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Tartan Day South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway, April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at tartandaysouth.com. Your first visit won't be your last.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. We are live now. We've got Alex Jones, the pride of Hampton County, in with us to talk a little bit of football. But before we get into that, Alex, who you got in your Final Four, man?
Oh, man. Let's see. I don't want to go all 1 seeds, but I feel like I very well could because I think the 1 seeds this year are just really good. But I'm going to go Florida and Auburn, Tennessee and Duke.
All right. Florida, Auburn, Tennessee, and Duke. Yeah, I got
could that work? I think that works.
I think that does work.
Yeah. I have to look back at what I did, but
yeah, and that's 3 1s and a 2. Yeah.
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 So I didn't go very off from it.
No, listen, apparently chalk's the way to go, right? When you look at metrics, everybody's kind of throwing it. I
don't agree.
Yeah, I got Michigan State. I know JC's a big St. John's fan this year, which I like. I've got them going almost all the way to the Final Four in one bracket. And another bracket, I did take them, but the ones here around the shows, I think I got Florida, Michigan State, Duke, and who did I pull out of that? May have been Tennessee is who I pulled. Yeah, because I said, I think Tennessee gets their first Final Four appearance this year.
And Rick Barnes could retire.
I mean, that's all you need at that point. He's done.
Well, he did go to one at Texas when I think when he had Kevin Durant.
Did he go? Yeah, okay.
Or TJ Ford, one of those two, maybe both. I don't remember.
Has Tennessee under no coach has been that far, so it would be interesting to see them get it. That's I don't know. We're not in it, but it doesn't turn off my excitement to see it. No, you're good.
Alabama and Auburn have made it in recent years, so we'll see sort of what happens there. I'll go ahead and Alex. By the way, email Alex the link. Alex. Well, actually, you can't. The games have started. Never mind. Never mind. So I thought, I was like, get in on the challenge. It's like, oh, well, never mind. By the way, Creighton 18, Louisville 17. If I'm an Auburn fan, I'm hoping Creighton pulls it out. I don't think, and that's something else, Alex. I mean, look at these 8-9 games. The committee completely. Everybody's going chalk. They're not. Are they thinking about the fact Florida may have to play freaking UConn in the second round? And who else? Who's over? Houston has to play Gonzaga in the second round. Who had a top 10? Gonzaga had a top 10 net and is an 8 seed and an $11 million payroll.
I wouldn't count out Georgia though.
I wouldn't either. I mean Georgia. They definitely have to. And Oklahoma's playing UConn. Oklahoma could win that game if they get hot. So
I'm interested to see how many SEC teams make it to the second weekend. Obviously, with 14, we're down, or the SEC's down 1 now with Texas. But I mean, I'm interested to see how many SEC teams make the second weekend. I think we know those top seeds are, but the Georgias, Oklahomas, the Missouris. I mean, that Drake game. I mean, that's going to be tricky. I think.
Yeah, don't send me to Hades before you give me Drake in the first round. Yeah. God. That's a coaching hotbed too, because the coach was at Drake last year, is now on his second. He's got the Indiana job. West Virginia job is open, by the way, and the Texas job is coming open. I think I thought they should have fired Rodney Terry after he lost South Carolina. not that, I'm not bashing Carolina on that, but man, you're playing the last place team and you're a bubble team and you need to win and you just go in there and lay an egg like that because they got blown out. I mean, it wasn't close. I don't know. I was impressed with what they did against A&M in the tournament. I was kind of pulling for them because, it affected Carolina's supposed NIT bid, which they turned down anyway. I looked at NIT bracket. It is still, even with the new rules, guys, a mid-major invitational.
It is, yeah, because the P4s opted out.
Teams are like, thanks, but no.
Yeah.
I think you're going to continue seeing more of that because, look at what happened to Georgia Tech. They were in the NIT and Jacksonville State went into Atlanta and beat them pretty handedly.
Yeah.
I think you're going to see more of that just happen, especially with transfer portal opening in a week. I think teams just kind of see where they don't want to go play in the Midwest somewhere, play a second round game and have to be focusing on transfer portal too.
That's crazy, man. Well, spring football, you were out at I guess it's still called the Proving Grounds. It was the Proving Grounds when it was up on the road, which was terrible. You said I don't know how they even practiced. They were sitting out there practicing. People, dump trucks rumbling by. You have some butthole Clemson fan. Oh, go Tigers! He's yelling out the window. I'm glad they moved it back. That was one thing I really. Eric Hyman eventually relented and said we got to move, but he wasn't planning on me. I was like, well, how can you look at this and tell this? Texas, believe it or not, Texas has a bad situation like that too. They actually practice on a field that a highway runs over, like a bridge, like a big, massive bridge out in Austin. There's just no land in Austin, Yeah. They're sort of landlocked. But anyway, she had at spring practice. Anything in particular catch your eye just from a observation standpoint?
Obviously, aside from the Vakari Swain news, I thought one of the things that did catch my attention was Luke Doty was dressed as a quarterback. He had the green jersey on and stretching with the quarterback. So I don't think that's too surprising, to be honest, especially being spring practice. But, and to add that too, he also did some special teams work. He did some work with the returners and things like that. But he was dressed as a quarterback and stretching and all that with them. A lot of what we saw yesterday was just, seeing the guys because we saw a bunch of ball security drills and special teams drills in the 3 periods where we were out there. But, I thought a few players physically that stood out where Fred Johnson looks like he's taking a big step year 1 to year 2 physically. He was a big kid last year. He probably could have played and be ready to go last year, but he didn't have to with the 3 linebackers ahead of him. But I think he's physically taking a step. I thought, Russell Faison looks really good. He looks he's obviously being an older guy. He looks like you can tell he's been in a strength program for a while. And I know he tweeted out, a few weeks ago how he's already put on a lot of muscle and weight in the South Carolina program. So those are a few guys that really stood out from what we saw yesterday.
I had 2 responses. Number 1, Fred Johnson, don't tease me.
Tease me.
Don't tease me. Don't tease me.
JR.
I have a buddy that give him good news. He's like, don't tease me. I love Fred Johnson. If he could end up being a player that ends up really it was making everybody forget about Debo Williams, who by the way had a good pro day. I thought. Congrats to him.
Yeah.
The second thing on Faison. It's rare in my career, Alex, that just kind of eyeball testing a guy, especially on a photo, maybe changed my thinking a little bit. Because I've been pretty adamant. This is not a Rocket Sanders situation where he's coming in and basically if he's healthy, he's the guy. I think I love Carolina's other backs. I love Howell. I love Fuller. I think they're really talented young backs. I think Oscar Attaway, if he can take a step forward, could be very effective based on some things he did toward the end of last year. And I like Faison. It wasn't anything against him. I was just like, well, this competition's a little bit better. But after seeing him, I'm like, that's a man, right? That dude, he's old, older, right? But wow. And it all of a sudden became like, well, if the NCAA decides to go off the rails and decline this or whatever, then hopefully they get a lawyer and hopefully all that. But Carolina's got other backs and they'll be fine. But I don't know that I feel that way now. I was like, wow. I mean, he looked like Todd Gurley standing out there.
Mm-hmm.
You remember Todd Gurley? He played for Georgia. I was like, geez, wow. Tall, big. And if you combine that eyeball test with what he looks like on film, where he's a very patient runner, has good vision, can run for power, also has enough speed. That guy that's a potential answer right there, don't you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, barring the NCAA doing something what sounds like it's going to be crazy with his eligibility, but I mean, I kind of like where the running back room is right now. I mean, you got a guy like Oscar Hathaway who showed what he can do last year. He stepped up into that number one role in the bowl game and flashed, had that fourth down nice run that Shane Beamer talked about the other day. And you think about those two guys, Howell and Fuller. Howell and Fuller. Howell, when he got into the game last year, it flashed. Like you could see his athleticism, his quickness, his explosion. And now, granted, a lot of that was going up against, Walford or Akron, but you also saw it in the Illinois game too. And I think a little bit of his, performance overall in that Illinois game gets a little bit overshadowed just from the fumble. But he showed some explosion in that. And Matthew Fuller last year, he looked like he could have been ready to go physically right away. But again, kind of like we were talking about with Fred Johnson, Fuller didn't have to play just because of all those guys ahead of him. But I think that last year, his redshirt year is going to benefit him greatly just from being able to continue to get into the weight room at South Carolina, but then having to learn from those other SEC backs. And I think this year, we'll see what he can do in the rotation. But, I kind of like where that running back room is right now.
Yeah, I like it too. And now I think they do need to sign one or two in this class. But running back's also something you can usually find in the portal. It's kind of funny. Gosh, I was watching maybe a Josh Pate update video on our website, actually on thebigspur.com, and they had a little graphic that popped up. It was like transfer portal rankings at running back. And you guys know, I always say, and I'll continue to say, the transfer portal rankings are a work in progress. Just don't put too much into them. Don't date too high or too low about them. But Justice Haynes was number one and Faison was number two, so someone somewhere looking at a group of running backs decided these are the top two. The Gamecocks sort of swung and missed on Haynes, and Faison's the guy. And, when you're that closely ranked, sometimes the number two guy ends up being better, so at the end of the day, that's it. The Doty thing, I do want to mention that because Matt in the Nana's Porch chat box says they moved Doty, who is back to quarterback too. So here's what I've kind of learned about it's not new that Luke Doty is in the quarterback room. It's new that he's out there at practice with the quarterbacks. He's been in the room. I promise you, I think if something had happened to Sellers last year and Ashford was kind of sputtering in the pass game, and I don't know that he would have. I know they love Davis Bevel, but I think Doty may have been, if things had gotten ugly, they'd have had Doty back at quarterback because I think that I never thought he was a bad quarterback. I thought he just, played as a redshirt freshman with 1 foot. What do you behind that line running that system, that crazy guy? I mean, how the hell is he supposed to do anything? I mean, honestly, come on. But Luke, what's your take on that? And then I'll kind of give my opinion on kind of my intel on what I think's actually going on here.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a whole lot really to read into him just being in the dress as a quarterback yesterday. It could just be one where they are going to work him some at quarterback yesterday, just dressed him green. But like I said, he was getting special teams work and doing all that stuff as an athlete as they have him listed there. So I don't know. I mean, maybe if we continue seeing him dressed or working with the quarterbacks throughout spring practice, maybe it's something that continue to monitor. But right now, being that it's so early in spring practice, I think we'll just see kind of how it progresses throughout practice.
All right, so here's my thing too. I think this, and I talked about on coffee earlier this week, the backup quarterback situation. Everybody just assumes because Aaron Nolan was highly ranked that's the guy. I don't necessarily think that's true. I think they're going to compete like at all positions. I think Air is probably going to be the backup, but they're going to battle it out. Here's the thing, though. When they brought in Davis Bevel, I mentioned him, and they brought in Robbie Ashford. Beamer didn't necessarily explain it like, "Hey, we got to have talent because Dante Reno was a true freshman. They didn't have any backups, but we would always kind of put it, and he always mentioned Bevel too. These are guys that have taken a snap at a college game."
Mm-hmm.
And so my thought process here is, number one, there's a new offensive coordinator. And so if there's any chance at all, it's like insurance. If you don't think it's going to happen, but the coach's job is to prepare his players for all contingencies. And I dropped a Blacklist reference when I said that. Raymond Reddington prepares for all contingencies. That's their job. And so if I really dig in and think about it, if Lenora Sellers goes down, right, you are putting a guy in the game that has never taken a snap in college, regardless if it's Reno or never taken a snap. I mean, I guess Reno got in the Akron game last year. It's taken less than 5 snaps in college. Whether it's Air Nolan, Dante Reno, or Cutter Woods, with a new OC and quarterbacks coach, Alex, don't you think it's probably wise to rep him? Because it doesn't matter. I mean, you're repping the young receivers anyway. You're not preparing for a game right now. You're working on individual players and getting them ready to go compete. Don't you think it may be wise to say, well, let's rep him at quarterback with these other guys? And Beamer likes to rep a bunch of quarterbacks anyway, as far as his practice structure. So he's comfortable with Shula and all that in case you need to go to him.
Yeah, I mean, that absolutely could be the case. And to add to that, I think it could help having a guy like Luke who, can probably pick up the offense a little bit quicker just from being an experienced guy. He can help those guys from player to player, from, him to Air Nolan or him to Cutter Woods or him to Dante, help them put in like a more, like a player's perspective of things that's happening in the offense. So I think it's just, like you mentioned, having that experience of him, like obviously haven't played quarterback in a few years, but I think it's just the experience that he has that's going to help him out. Help the rest of the guys out.
And he's been in the room. He's just been at practice with the receivers. So I don't know, Matt, that it's a pure position change. I mean, I think that he's kind of been going back and forth, but, technically I guess it is. But I think that's why that's happening is, you look and you're like, well, you got Lenoris. Then you got 3 guys that are very, very green, if you will. And I think Luke Doty, skill set wise, if you're going to design an offense around Lenore Sellers and his running ability and all that he can do, Luke Doty can go play that game. The other guys, Aaron Nolan is more of a type of quarterback, Spencer Rattler type, where can move just good enough. Same with Cutter Wood, same with Don. They're all kind of the same style. Luke can be more of a hell on wheels runner because he's fast. We'll see. We'll see kind of how all that plays out. So who's covering the Zion Giles commitment tomorrow? Is that you?
Hale and I will both be there.
You're the tag team.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
Read into that what you will.
My goodness. Oh gosh, the pride of Hampton County heading to Georgetown County.
Yep.
Does it get you excited when you go back to toward your home there toward the coast?
A little bit, yeah.
I know Georgetown isn't exactly close to.
Yeah, they're kind of north and south part of the state, but heading back toward the coast. I mean, you never can go wrong heading towards the coast.
No doubt. So what's your take on it? Lance in the chat box, Latte Lance. I guess he talked to a coach at Carver's Bay. Says it's probably closer than people think. What's your thought?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's true. I still like where South Carolina stands, heading, about a day out from this thing. I think South Carolina had built a pretty good lead in this race for a little while, and then Zion went to the Clemson Elite Retreat. I think that was 2 weekends ago, and there were some talks that maybe Clemson made a move, but I think South Carolina had a big enough lead where they kind of battled back in that one. And as we stand here right now, I like where South Carolina stands heading into it.
I think that, and I got a piece coming out on thebigspur.com either this afternoon or tomorrow morning about Lonnie Teasley and sort of the track record there. And I actually mentioned it was the topic of coffee this morning. But man, you start looking, and I personally, I've never seen, and I've followed Carolina recruiting the whole modern era. Back in the 80s and 90s, I followed it when Phil Kornblut used to report on, but you couldn't really get a beat on who's really good. You kind of just went by offers. There wasn't film circulating. But I have not seen South Carolina recruit this many blue chip offensive linemen year after year after year. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, a few weeks ago, or maybe last week, I did something on the previewing the offensive line for spring practice, and was talking about the depth of the room. And you really, once you start looking at the roster and diving deep into it, you can see, I think for the past few years, we've been talking about how well they've recruited, the high school ranks to build that depth. And I think they've just built it where they're not going to let 2023 happen again, because they saw what it did to the offense, and they have kind of just said that's not going to happen again. But they've also had a lot of talented in-state offensive linemen that have come through these past few years. I mean, Josiah Thompson was a 5-star guy, I think, in the composite rankings. You have Blake Franks, Cam Pringle, all in one class. Last year, you had Shed Surratt, who Colorado made a pretty big push for. They're late, and he's a really good. He continued to rise in rankings after what he did, I think, at the Shrine Bowl. And I mean, then you talk about right now, Darius Gray. Seems like they're in a pretty good spot for him, a 5-star guy who out-of-state offensive lineman that they've built a strong relationship with, and it seems like he really likes South Carolina. So they just continue to build depth in that room. And right now, obviously, from the starting five, there's a lot of different options they can go with, and a lot of those young guys. Throw Marquis Anderson in there too from Dorman. I mean, they got a lot of different young options that they can go with, and they just continue to try to build the depth. But they've done a pretty good job of building that room to not let something like 2023 happen again.
Yeah, I was kind of looking up, checking my facts on it, and you got a guy like Blake Franks, and he can play all three interior positions, including center. Up and coming, Trevon Ball, I guess I forgot he was a true freshman All-American and freshman All-SEC. Tree the same way. And they may move Tree. Hey, did you see how the offensive line lined up any chance?
Right.
Did you see where Big Tree lined up yesterday?
I saw on the game, we didn't see while we were there, but I saw what they did in the Gamecock football videos. I saw them working at guard, and that's not surprising.
Yeah, good. I'm just worried because I've been talking about it, and I'm like, I'm going to feel like a horse's ass if they leave him at tackle. I won't agree with that. I won't agree with that at all. Because how are you going to? I mean, are you going to who are you going to bench?
I think, that's the thing. But I almost wonder if Tree's going to be too good to keep off the field.
I think so.
They really, really like him, and I would not. I'd be very intrigued to see Josiah Thompson and Tree Boblade lined up beside each other, left tackle, left guard. I think that could be a solid left side there if that's what they decide to do.
My goodness. I thought Tree played really well against Missouri last year.
Yeah, he played really well at tackle his first year, that freshman year when he came in. I think 24/7 named him like freshman of the week for what he did against Georgia. He's got he had enough speed to do what he did at tackle to get the job done there, but he's also strong enough to play inside at guard too. So I mean, that's why I think he fits perfectly in at that left guard spot, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's what they did to do.
And I'll say this too. I think what they need to do, and I mean, I'm not a coach, right? But last year they seemed very hesitant to cross train. Example, you had Marquis Anderson behind Kamar Bell. Maybe if you have Ball behind Bell, I think Ball maybe plays a lot more, but he was a right guard. And that's fine. You do that from time to time. You don't always cry. I think though, again, prepare for all contingencies. Let's say something happens to Josiah Thompson at left tackle. I think that you absolutely have to play Tree there. I don't see anybody else on the roster that can go in and do it.
Yeah, I agree because, I mean, Jatavius Service is really good, but I think he's backing up Case and Henry right now at right tackle, and I liked what he did, to be honest, in that Alabama game when he came in. But I agree. I think if something were to happen to Josiah, I think you got to put Tree in there, and then you got multiple options to go with that guard.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Nick Sharp from Wake Forest. Saw the picture, saw the interview. Looks gun show, man. 6'2", 340. Does he look 340 pounds to you? Like he's not a fat guy, is he?
No, it's a good 340. Like he looks really well put together. He's another one. There's just so many different options at guard. He could be in that left guard spot. He could be in that right guard spot. I think that's where he played at Wake Forest last year, was that right guard. And throw Rodney Newsome in there. Like, and of all the spots, those 5 spots right now in the offensive line, none of them are set, and they're not going to tell you that any of them are set. But Boaz Stanley at center seems to be the most likely option right now as we stand. It's going to go to, because you can listen to Cole Kubelik talk about him. I wrote about it the other day on the website. Like Cole was really high on him, and Cole Kubelik knows what he's talking about with offensive linemen, especially centers. Like, and he was raving about him, naming a top 5 SEC offensive lineman transfer. So I think he fits perfectly into that center spot after what he did at Troy. He was really good when he moved to center at Troy.
Cole's the only one that's a good O-line guy. I mean, like, basically, I won't listen to anyone else about offensive linemen but him, because he puts in the work, and when he watches film, he's watching them. He's not watching the ball, and I love that about that guy. I think that we need to get him on. Cole Kubelik. That'd be fun. That'd be a fun guest to have. I know him. I've been on his show before.
Yeah, it'd be a great combo.
We're going to reach out and get him on the show. All right, Alex, man, we'll let you get back to your bracket and all that. Didn't even ask you about baseball and basketball, but Austin Hero apparently is in the portal. Hero. Never really played. Tyler Hero's brother, right?
Yeah,
his brother.
Yeah.
Oh well. Well, he was on scholarship, so that's another spot open. Yeah, so happy, have a good best.
It's all starting. I mean, it's the transfer portal opens Monday. I think it's going to be interesting to see what this roster looks like and the attrition that's going to happen from this past season.
Sweet. All right, hey man, give me some video of the announcement tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'm telling you in front of the public. So make a little pressure on you, but no, you guys did a great job of doing that with the press conferences the other day.
Yeah.
Just do exactly what you did there, man. It'll be perfect for me.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
We'll
dude.
get it done.
You make me happy, Alex. I appreciate
All
you.
right. See y'all.
The pride of Hampton County.
The great Alex Jones.
Alex Jones.
Krager says, we don't need another hero.
Nah.
That Thunderdome.
Nice.
Heading to me out of. I'm your private dancer. Dancing for money. Do what you want me to do. Any old music will do. I'm not going to get high. I always thought it would be cool if Axl Rose sung that song.
He would have an interesting voice to do that.
I'm your
cover for real.
Dancer. Dancing for money. Do what you want me to do. Yeah. I'm your private dancer, dancing for money, and any old music will do. I had to get the pipes going for the Axl.
That's right. You got to get warmed up here, man.
Speaking of pipes, if you're a coffee drinker and you want to help NIL, go to GamecockCoffee.com. All that money goes to help the transfer portal, like we were just talking about, and Sports Garnet Trust. Rise and Shine New Orleans Trust. Those of you, and I know there are many, that have Carolina Rise gear, now you're not wearing like a defunct company brand, because the Rise logo is the logo on the coffee.
It's back.
Hey, it's back. It's like Blockbuster Video, baby. Yeah.
Don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years.
Anyway, nevertheless, we will be back with updated scores from March Madness, as there's several games going on right now. Also, we'll get into more football. Tiffany's got a good recruiting question that I want to answer from the Nana Sports chat box. All that and more on our final hour of the show and our final second hour of the week. Reminder again, 1 hour show tomorrow. We'll be back after these messages inside the Gamecocks The Show.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Tartan Days South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway, April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at tartandaysouth.com. Your first visit won't be your last.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. It is the second hour of the show for today. A couple of games in progress. Looking at March Madness. Creighton up 15 on Louisville at halftime, 49-34. Louisville was a big pick to make it out of that first round.
Yeah,
and
guess not. Auburn's probably. And look, Creighton is no spring picnic to play.
No.
I mean, they're ridiculous, especially if they're hot from outside. But I just wouldn't want to play Louisville in Lexington. But
no,
I mean, they're going to have a valiant comeback to get out of the first round. And then this is, dude, I've got the meme all ready to go with Purdue Pete.
I saw, yeah.
Yo, if that's a popular pick. High Point won 29. High Point won 29-5.
Yeah,
this year.
Yeah, and it's a 1-point game right now. It looks like about a little over halfway through the first, 21-22. But yeah, that Creighton Louisville score, you gotta. Yeah, I didn't even think about it until Derek and JB mentioned it today. JC was that if let's say Louisville did win, and Auburn, of course, is having to play Louisville in Rupp Arena if they advance as well. But you'll be in front of also what will probably be over 30 to 40% Tennessee fans who are not going to be pulling for you if you're Auburn as well. So
that's
not
right.
only do you have Louisville fans,
they,
but the Tennessee haters will be
I
in the
forgot
stands as well.
Tennessee was up there too, dude, and that's right up the road. I mean, I've spent a lot of time on that stretch of highway. I sound like Johnny Cash now. Spent a lot of time on that stretch of highway, Phil, between Knoxville and Lexington. There's about 10 exits and 4 teeth. I'm just kidding. I think I do. You pass the exit to Moorhead, Kentucky, when you're going up that way.
They said Tennessee. It's not Tennessee. Now I'm looking at the bracket. Maybe they were wrong.
Tennessee's not in Lexington?
No, they're not in the South region. They're in the Midwest region.
Well, no,
no, that's right. Yeah,
they
put them in different places. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So they are. Yeah, that is right. That is right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, looking at the location. Mm-hmm.
There is going to be a lot of orange there, man.
Yeah,
wow.
Man,
dude. I didn't think about that factor. Yeah, because that's why North Carolina.
Yeah, it's like the Duke situation in Greenville. Yeah,
dude. Man, oh man, oh man. Well, Louisville's getting beat anyway.
That's right. Yeah, they're getting
beat like a drum.
Soundly like a drum.
So Purdue Pete is up 22-21 on High Point. with 7:49 to go in the first half. That game is on True TV. If you want to catch Louisville Creighton, that is CBS. Creighton, again, like Phil said, is up 49-34. Nana's Porch Chat Box. Did y'all decide to do an extra hour from the Queen of the Cocks? Today, we were going to go to. Tomorrow, I have an engagement. And I'd like to get there on time.
That's right.
So I'm just going to not do a third hour. I'm just not going to do it. Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture. Not going to do it, Phil. So that's there. Krager points out Thompson, Tree, Bo Stanley, Trevon Ball, and Casey Henry. That's a huge line. It is.
Yeah.
I started thinking about this too with regards to that. Not to continue to beat the offensive line horse today, but because it was the focus topic on coffee, and you got a commitment coming tomorrow. So, Darius Gray had a tremendous visit again. I think Carolina's back. As another one, I was worried about a wavering a little bit, but not worried. I don't really get emotionally involved. Worry is an emotion. But like that, I was a little skeptical on as far as like Carolina getting him. But I'm back in the believing he's going to be in garnet and black now.
Nice.
Darius Gray, 5-star from Richmond, Virginia. I started thinking about it, and I went back and started, thinking about teams in the SEC that recruit really well on the O-line. South Carolina, numerically, just based on how many blue chips, how many big jumbo athletes, the athleticism, you look at the fact that Big Tree and Trevon Ball were both freshman All-Americans, freshman All-SEC. And those guys were backups last year. And, you just kind of go through it, star ratings, all that. And it's as good as anybody, Phil, with regards to the, who got dudes on the O-line. Like, now what you do with those dudes is the difference between winning and losing. And I say that all the time, and I'm not backing off of it, because recruiting rankings don't win games. They give you the ingredients, right? It's like you can make a stromboli out of ingredients from Aldi, but it may be that you can make a great stromboli that's tastier if you shop at Whole Foods. And look, I don't know anything about making friggin' stromboli, so don't argue with me.
Right.
People. This is called an analogy. With the higher end pepperoni and mozzarella and all that you could purchase.
Better ingredients.
Or
better pizza.
Market. Yeah, better ingredients, better pizza. Right? And so that's the difference. I mean, you can win, and then sometimes you come to understand that there may be some ingredients like maybe a brand of mozzarella cheese, an off-brand or something that you pick up at Aldi that's better than the expensive crap you get at Whole Foods or
that's right.
Fresh Market.
A true better value, right?
Yeah,
there are values to be had and talent.
Yeah. I mean, like, okay, so to me, like American cheese, which my wife tells me is not real cheese. She calls it stupid cheese.
Stupid cheese.
That's stupid cheese. She calls white bread stupid bread too. That's stupid bread. Stupid bread.
Well, I like a bologna and stupid bread with stupid cheese sandwich.
Me too, dude. That's good eating.
Yeah, it is.
That's good eating. I don't have to fry the bologna. I mean, it's good.
No, yeah, right. That's just added bonus. If you do that
dude.
right.
It's, man. So my point is, sometimes that the cheaper stuff or the shopping here gives you better ingredients. Most of the time, it's there. But you got to have a chef or the fixer, the person that's putting it all together is very, very important. The steps that you take are very, very important. The serving, i.e. the offensive coordinator, is very, very important. The server, how you present it, that kind of thing to make a great meal. But the ingredients, man, Carolina started shopping at Whole Foods a lot more. And they've recruited as well as just about any team in the league. And you normally just cannot say that about the offensive line at South Carolina.
No, I think that's one of the things that is kind of driving some of the preseason narrative for the O-line and that position group being one to keep an eye on, because we're a couple 3 years into having these big time prospects here on campus in the program, and we're all excited to see it. Because we saw what Thompson was able to do as a freshman last year. We got flashes of Tree and Ball as freshmen in their freshman years and got limited action last year. So now they've been around another year, and it's going to be neat to see what they roll out on August 31st and how different and athletic it will look compared to what we've seen in years past.
Yeah, and I think agreed, Phil. And I think what gives people pause is every offseason, and I quit saying they were going to be good. I got burnt by Will Muschamp saying, and to Will's defense, when you looked at that offense before Rico Dowdle and Debo Samuel were healthy, and before Jake Bentley was the quarterback, you basically had an offensive line and Hayden Hurst and a bunch of young guys. And so in 2016, when he said the offensive line was the strength of that offense, he was probably being truthful. He didn't say it was going to be a dominant O-line in the SEC.
Right.
Because they were not very good.
No.
At all. And but I quit saying that. What I talk about is improvement. And most years when we say the O-line is going to be improved, it is. And compared to 2023, 2024 was better. It wasn't as good as I felt it should be.
Right.
Especially run blocking. Now, the interesting part of this too is what Tony reported and what I've talked about the changing of the scheme and Mike Shula making some decisions to kind of not put as much pressure mentally on the offensive line. And I think that's a big part of it, because when you watch these guys play, there were a couple guys last year that at times got pushed around, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They lost one-on-one blocks or whatever. But I think there were times where they were just like A&M, where it's lined up and blocked pretty good.
And just effectively move the ball, right?
So I don't know, with all the option elements and the reads and stuff that Loggins was trying to do last year, I don't know that almost didn't, I don't want to say confuse the O-line, because Marcus Satterfield did that. I want to say maybe that they didn't get the mental part down to where they could go play tough and fast. I don't think none of these guys are soft, man. I mean, all these guys are brawlers, right? I mean, there's nothing soft about Case and Henry or Torricelli Simpkins or any of those, Gershawn Lee, any of those guys. And so, I maybe that helps. Maybe Mike Shula saw something that he wanted to change up, and it gets a little simpler, and that means you can play faster and tougher, and there you go. I mean, I'll say this: if this offensive line is good, I'm not talking average. I'm hoping for average, Phil.
Yeah,
I'm hoping. I think you can get by with being average. In other words, win your share of battles.
You can, especially when you got a talented quarterback back there. I mean, that's all you need.
Give them a little time, a little daylight,
just a little time.
But if it's good and they're able to line up and run it with their backs and open holes, then this offense could really, take off. Because what happens is when you're able to line up and run it and you're open holes, your offensive line's getting a push. Then you're churning out 3, 5, 6 yards, staying on the field, grinding, running clock. The other defense has to creep up. They got to cheat a little bit because they're not stopping the run, and that's job number one of any defense. What that does is open up your passing game down the field. And the next thing you know, you creep up, and Sellers is going over the top to whoever. Yeah. Or you creep up, and Sellers busts one around the end, is gone because all your guys are up in the box in the line of scrimmage, that kind of thing. So, anywho, I think that's the type of potential that this group has. I got a text from a buddy today because I was talking about the team having the potential. I made a joke about the P word, right? However, he says the potential means you hadn't done anything. And that's true. And
That's true.
I responded. I
That's
said,
true.
well, most of the players, all but a handful of players, have not done anything.
Right.
They honest, just being honest, they haven't. They hadn't played a lot in games and all that good stuff, especially here. So, I'll say that about the O-line. It's potential. They hadn't done anything. But man, oh man, just to kind of get everybody excited on a March Madness Thursday, I'm telling you, if they can become, if the potential can match the other P word, the performance, then South Carolina's offense takes a next step. Because if you think about how many times Sellers was sacked, how many times running backs had no room to run, how many, all those that happened within a game, and you cut back on that, because again, inevitably something you're not getting through the season sack free. You're not getting through the season not getting stuffed on a whatever in short.
Yeah.
It's the SEC. The D lines are too daggum good. And it happens to everybody from Saban's Alabama team to Kirby's Georgia team to A&M that recruits pretty well on the O-line. If you can get there, though, and be one of the better O-lines in the league, then I don't know that you have to worry about who plays running back. All that. I mean, as long as it's one of the four, you don't want to dip into the walk-ons or anything.
The bigger the hole, the better.
But if you can get good up there and congruent, and I think honestly having Tree in the lineup will be solid. Maybe he's not as good at guard as he is at tackle. That could be something that derails it. But as Alex mentioned, you really have a lot of options on the inside.
Yeah.
So I just look at it. If they can get there and kind of approach their ceiling and potential, and be not superior, not excellent, not elite, but good, which is one step up from average, which is what I'm hoping and begging for. Average is fine.
Yeah, average is fine.
Average jambalaya.
Nothing wrong with average.
I ate some average jambalaya the other day down here in Dustin, Florida. American treasure. But if you can just get to average, look out. I mean, because it's so helpful. And look, Carolina last year, that team last season in 2024, Phil, ran it a lot better than 2023. Let's just be honest. But still, there were Oklahoma. You look at Rocket Sanders' stat line. Stats aren't everything, but that dude had nowhere to run after the first quarter. He's out there getting destroyed, stretching out for short passes, getting lit up against what ended up being a really good defense. And Oklahoma, 15 carries, 33 yards. Even Clemson had a harder time stopping Oscar Attaway than they did Rocket.
Yeah.
And you look at Clemson's run defense the whole year, which they were hit and miss. I mean, Virginia Tech didn't run on them, but other teams did. Louisville ran all over them.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
that's
why
Louisville
sure did. Right.
Yeah, how he got fired because he couldn't stop the run. You probably look at who Carolina had, who Clemson had, and you probably think, man, they probably should have run it a little bit better with their running backs than what they did. And they had over 100 yards with Rocket and Oscar combined, but still, dude, 24 carries for 101 yards from the backs. Now, Carolina, obviously, Lenore Sellers had a lot of rushing yards, right? 166 of them. But still, I mean, if you can line up and run the ball with your backs and get chunk yards plays, and other team is having trouble stopping it, that is the whole setup for your team. Even teams like Spurrier's teams would they'd come out firing, but he would sneak in a draw play for 18 yards or something, right, in a heartbeat. And then I remember in 14, which is the last year Spurrier really was dialed in calling all the ball plays. He liked Dylan Thompson because he was his kind of quarterback and all that. Against Georgia, Spurrier comes out firing. Dylan Thompson's fired all over the field. They get a lead. Second half, what did he do? He's giving it to Brandon Wilds.
Yep, this is the Brandon Wild show.
And it just ran all over him. I mean, and that's That's what you have to have, I think, to have an elite offense in college football. Look at Ohio State.
Yeah.
With Judkins and Henderson.
I mean, all that noise about Quinshon Judkins being what he was, and then they show up with 2.
Yeah.
And it's like, whoa, okay. Well, they're giving them room to run.
I agree. I mean, it's like, and you look at it, and in that Notre Dame game, that Ohio State lines up after they got the ball finally, and it's boom, 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 boom. And then they pass, and they have the best receivers in the country, and they did a lot to keep them off balance with mixing in the pass. And you have to do that. You can't just line up and run it up the middle all the time.
No.
Obviously, there have been some coordinators around here that have thought that was a reasonable strategy
way to do it. That's right. They'll never see this coming. Hold on.
Nobody wants to see beat your head into a cement wall offense anymore.
Look, I stole this from Coach Lombardi. They'll never know.
Coach Lombardi. They'll never see it coming.
They'll never see it coming.
Brilliant, Marcus. I'm going to go tell everybody while we're canceling the spring game now.
I'm going to pull both guards.
We'll pull both guards. Let's have them do a crisscross.
That's right.
Nice little and a plie in the middle.
You want to see mesh?
Mesh.
I can show you some mesh.
Mesh the guards. Wow. Unreal. But yeah, so we'll see kind of what occurs there. But certainly it is because you've got a commitment. You had a big time visitor on campus. Is why I kind of started thinking about the O-line, and I'm looking at like, my goodness, that these guys should be relatively good. Nobody's going to talk about that all season. I'm going to try not to talk about it a lot because people literally will cuss you out, Gamecock fan, if you say anything good about the O-line.
Yep.
I've heard this 17 million times.
Yeah, how many times have you told us it could be better than it was?
Here's the thing.
They don't say better than it was.
No.
They say great, elite, height.
Yeah.
They use words like height. You can say something to a certain subset, and I love these people, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm not coming down on them. But my goodness, you could say at this point, and maybe I should take it as a compliment. I don't because I don't. I just don't. But maybe I should take it as a compliment. If I don't mention a player in an article when I'm talking about positions, people are, what's wrong with him? Not me, the player. Oh my God, I'm so disappointed that so Xavier Hardy. I went through, wrote a piece, Phil, what are the open positions? And I kind of shot my shot because it's fun to make predictions, right?
Yeah.
And I say, well, here's the two guys I think will start. And this is just an opinion piece, it's just my opinion because the coaches don't even know. I mean, they're not even, I think this guy's a shot at competing and getting it, but they're going to determine that through actual football metrics, right?
Right. Yeah.
How does he practice? What does he do in pads? And I didn't mention Hardy. I'm so disappointed that Hardy wasn't listed. My God, what's wrong with him? I was spotting, and I'm like, whoa. I didn't. I didn't
a top rated.
I didn't even give you a too deep, dude. And it's February. I just named starters, not too deep. They rotate 6 anyway. I was like, it's February, brother. Calm down.
Calm down.
There's not a coaching staff in America that can sit there and tell you what his depth chart is right now because he doesn't know.
Dude, you're never going to make it to August at this rate. You need to.
Yeah, well, that's good advice because that's why I'm not talking about the special teams.
Right. I know. I'm with you there, and I'm not going to talk about it. It's not a problem until it is.
Yes.
And you know what? There isn't a problem in the spring because they're working it out.
The nightmare that is Purdue Pete and his team
is rearing its
they have
bulbous head.
They've got out to a lead against High Point, 35-27, 22 seconds to go in the first half. And of course, the winner here faces the winner of Clemson versus Will Wade.
Will Wade.
Ooh.
Yeah, and I picked McNeese State in a couple of 12-5 upsets, right? Just because I'd love to see that, and I'm manifesting it to have them knocked out in the first round, manifesting an orange knockout in the first round. But then the news about Will Wade broke, and I'm like, well, how does the team react, right? Are they going to just be like, all right, this is our last dance. Let's make a run, boys, and go. Or are they going to be, listening to all the outside crap about how their coach is leaving and this, that, and the third. And yeah,
it's kind of, sometimes it goes one of two ways, right?
Right.
Sometimes it's like, and I don't know. And then, as a Gen Xer, I definitely talk smack about the Zoomers. Like the millennials bothered us, right? We were like, you guys, y'all need to get a life.
Those are our little siblings, It's
the
like
Zoomers, the Zoomers are just hilarious. They're kind of funny. Oh yeah, really? Why? Well, at least you're not a millennial.
Yeah, bruh.
And they're bruh,
bro.
All right. Side note, and then let me get back. I'll get back to this. Side note. I was in a conversation with my stepson the other day, and I'm like, well, I'm cooking, I'm getting some dinner. What do you want? Bro. And I'd gotten him Jersey Mike's for lunch. Right. And, cause the wife was over at her dad's. This is Saturday. So I got Big C, the oldest one, and, the youngest one, some Jersey Mike's. And the youngest one gets a giant Italian special and eats like it's nothing. He plays football, doesn't gain a pound, works out all the time. And I'm like, he's like, praise all this looking, bro. I'm not gonna have anything, bro. I'm so full. And he's like, I'll just eat cinnamon toast crunch later or something, bro. They love. By the way, I'm buying more cinnamon toast crunch. I've never eaten cinnamon toast crunch in my life.
Oh, really? Oh man,
I like Special K, cornflakes, frosted mini wheats.
I like those too.
As a kid, I like kind of the more.
I was a total guy as a kid, right? The total. Yeah.
Total. So anyway, we literally had this conversation. And I've noticed Zoomers like to kind of argue, but they're not aggressive about it. So you walk away going, okay, bro. I was like, well, it's probably the bread, the pound of bread,
right?
that was on this sandwich, right? Because Jersey Mike's, they're not shy with the bread, right? And he wasn't hearing it, because he doesn't want to not eat bread, right? Bro, I think it was the oil, man. I'm just not gonna bro. It's probably gonna be a while before I eat oil again. The oil. That's what's making you. Unless they drench that thing with oil,
right.
Which I've had sandwiches from this Jersey Mike's before. It's not a rogue Jersey Mike's. There's some. I ordered Subway the other day. I'll never get it again. It is not the Subway I grew up with.
It is not. No, it's disappointingly not the Subway.
They need to be ashamed to call themselves Subway. I mean, I've always known the veggies were kind of rubbery there. That's just kind of the case.
Yeah.
I got a BMT, the freaking Italian BMT. I was
Italian BMT, right?
Man.
How did you go wrong?
It was on this shriveled up damn piece of old donkey bread. And I'm like, what the hell? Never
like
again.
Thrift store bread.
So anyway, that the oil thing, I was like, whatever you think, dude. Oil, bro. Oil. So what was I talking about before I got off track?
God, I completely forgot.
My short term. Somebody remind me. About the two deep. Yeah.
Two deep.
So everybody's always disappointed about everything because it's I'm like, no, don't say that. So Queen of the Cocks says go ahead and try to guess the two deep at wide receiver and you'll have fans all over you. Yeah, and no, seriously, I can't just run and hide from the fans, and I gotta write stuff and say stuff.
Right.
But no, if you mention a player, you don't have to say this guy's going to be good. This guy's, you can use the word potentially and maybe and could be and hopefully all you want. If you mention a guy, oh, he sucks. I don't know why. The question is, I don't know why you're hyping him.
Yeah, why are you hyping this guy? I'm not. I'm
discussing him.
I dropped his name in an article.
Dude, somebody came after me about Devontae Miles. Now, we had Darren on. Who did he mention? Devontae Miles.
Right.
Multiple other people have mentioned Devontae Miles. If they start mentioning him after spring practice, I'm going to go ahead and say he's going to be really good. Because when everybody's talking about a guy, now I'm going to wait till after the pads come on.
Right.
When everybody's talking about a guy, and I'm not talking about some of the players thought Elijah Caldwell did pretty good in all-season workouts without pads. I'm going to get through it with pads as a D tackle. And if I hear good things, maybe you could call it hype. But I mentioned, hey, this guy everybody thought was a backup plan is not, because I learned that this was not a guy because they missed on another guy that they took a flyer on. Mississippi State and Georgia both actually wanted him out of the portal, by the way. Is back up at Bowling Green, but I don't know why you're hyping. This guy couldn't even start at Bowling Green. Blah, 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 blah. They just went off, right? Just because I mentioned him, something positive, and it's not even super positive. It's just kind of like,
you're pumping sunshine. The expectation is we're going to take a step backwards at that position.
Yeah,
how dare you say somebody's going to step up and be good?
I was like, honestly, I said he could be in the rotation. They rotate 6.
Did I say he was going to be a Heisman Trophy front runner? No.
I'll tell you this right now. South Carolina in the Spurrier era had good defenses. Some of folks out there were called elite, that had players in the second team D tackle that were not even close to Devontae Miles.
No.
I love it because we're, it's big time football to discuss, I think you're overhyping this player because you said he's 5th out of 6.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and that's the other side of it is how deep are we arguing into the depth chart?
Oh man, I love and hate it. I mean, it annoys me, but at the same time, when I kind of take a deep breath and go, it's kind of awesome. People are talking about this,
right? Yeah. Listen, it portends well for your team if people are arguing for spots outside of the 2 deep, right?
The conversation does
this
not.
This guy would be better.
At the top of the 11. I want to remind everybody out there listening to like and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We have grown a lot of YouTube members here in the last few weeks, and we certainly appreciate all that. Also, follow us on Instagram at Chief Sports Net and Inside the Gamecocks at Inside the Gamecocks. Also, follow us on X. We stream on at the Big Spur 24/7, but also have at Gamecock Show on X, and also at Chief Sports Net. Certainly appreciate all of our social media followers and all of our fans out there, and all of you Club Chief members in the Nana's Porch chat box. We'll be back to wreck things up on Inside the Gamecocks The Show on a Thursday after this.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple, delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
You don't have to be Scottish to enjoy South Carolina's most unique family festival, a celebration of Celtic culture. Hearten Days South, built by Culpeper Wood. Experience adventure, Highland games, music, dancing, animals, crafts, rides, a car show, and a parade. Kick off your weekend with a Celtic concert on Friday and a full day of affordable fun and festivities on Saturday at the historic Columbia Speedway. April 3rd through 5th. Get your tickets and more information at tartandaysouth.com. Your first visit won't be your last.
This is Lenore Sully from Gamecock Football, and you listen to the show with JC, JB, and Phil.
Hey, chat. Welcome back. It's Inside the Gamecocks, the show. No cap. We in here talking about some football.
No cap. Oh, my God.
Bruh.
No cap. The mighty Badgers of Wisconsin playing Montana.
Are underway.
3 versus 14. It's 9-5 Wisconsin. Creighton. Ooh, Louisville's in some trouble. 64-48. The Creighton Blue Jays. It's a dangerous team. Purdue Pete, terrifying. Not as, and I'll say this too, for those of you that are on Instagram, Chief Sports Net, there's a post there with the St. Francis mascot.
Yeah, that guy.
Equally is terrifying.
I was unaware of your game, sir. It's what I thought when I saw
yes,
that.
That was
like,
amazing.
Well, look at you.
Wow. But they're out. They got picked the first 4. It's now 9-7 Wisconsin, by the way. Purdue 37-27 at halftime over High Point. But yeah, March Madness action will keep you updated. Also, while I was sitting there running my mouth, we got an email from the University of South Carolina, the baseball release, and no big surprises as far as the announced pitching rotation this weekend. I don't know if this is Arkansas's normal rotation or not, but South Carolina will go with Brandon Stone again Friday night, 1-1 with a 3.42 ERA, 23.2 innings pitched, 5 walkouts. Jeez, JC. 5 walks, 26 strikeouts. Zach Root, junior righty, will be the Piggies starter, 2-1 with a 4.44 ERA, 24.1 innings pitched, 8 walks, 39 strikeouts. I'm not going to go through everybody's stat line for the rest of the weekend. Saturday, Jake McCoy, lefty, will go against Gabe Gackle, righty. I'll tell you both of them, hell. McCoy's 2-1 with a 5.25 ERA, 24 innings pitched, 11 walks, 44 strikeouts. Gackle's 1-0 with a 5.87 ERA, 23 innings pitched, 12 walks, 27 strikeouts. And then Dylan Eskew, quite a bulldog, 0-1 with a 1.77 ERA and 20.1 innings pitched, 16 walks, 22 strikeouts. If Dylan could cut back on the walks, that's the key for him.
Yeah, the walks and hit by pitches,
he's got to get that. I mean, he's a good pitcher otherwise. Battler.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then Landon Bidelschis, Bidelschis, junior lefty. It's for the only lefty Arkansas has thrown 2 righties to begin with. 3-0, 3.8 ERA, 21.1 innings pitched, 5 walks, 22 strikeouts. So he's doesn't walk a whole lot of guys. The crafty lefty, which has been an issue for this program. It's kind of like with the dual threat quarterback, in football. Although Carolina has played a lot of teams with dual threat quarterbacks and been done quite well. People have long memory, and they remember some dual threat guys just tearing them up defensively. It seems like they couldn't stop them. The Queen of the Cocks chimes in on the Nana Sports chat box. Those ERAs are surprising. Arkansas usually has great pitching. Yeah. The Ole Miss series for them last weekend was really more of a slugfest.
Yeah, it was an offensive output on both sides. Yeah.
So we'll see. Hey, look, I'm going to say this, and I rarely say this in baseball. Carolina can go out there and get one of two. That's a good weekend.
Yeah.
Because even when Arkansas is not great, and they're ranked like a great team, their results say they're great this year, then it's tough to go out there and get wins. I mean, you don't walk into Bomb Stadium.
That's right. Just walk out. Yeah.
You don't just walk into the kill zone in Nashville.
Yeah. That's and Will was talking about this. It was, Coach Tanner's philosophy, Holbrook right behind him, is like, when it comes to these series in the weekend through the SEC, goal number one, don't get swept.
Yeah.
So don't get swept on the road, and then you want to turn around and win some, at home. But if you don't get swept in any of your series, that's automatically 10 wins in that column. And you're going to sprinkle in enough in the strength of this conference to boost you up into the rankings and into the postseason. So, yeah, don't roll into Arkansas and get swept. Got to win at least one.
I think the odds are in favor of a sweep by the Mighty Hogs.
Yeah.
But we'll see. That's why they play the game, right? And baseball is funny. Listen, the last two South Carolina baseball games, here's what's happened. I think for about 16 innings, the Gamecocks look like a team that, everybody can rally around. And, hey, look, that maybe they were just in a slump, and you had 11-5 win, and you're on your way to a hard-fought, interesting win against Oklahoma, 2 outs away. And then the middle infield that's been great all year decides, hey, I think we're just going to make some mistakes and let them back in it. And then the rains come.
I know.
Comes the rain again. And the wind, and my man from Oklahoma, he lofts one into the sky, and a mighty gust. And you could tell, I think it was Evan Stone sitting there, and he's like, all right, oh my God, the wind. And started, awake.
And he's back at the wall. And
the good Lord blew it over. Somebody's like, Spurrier always used to say, God was smiling on the Gamecocks today. Well, God was smiling on the Sooners Saturday.
Yeah.
In an intangible way. He did was more than smiling.
Yeah.
I was just stunned.
I mean, you can't get any closer to not over the wall.
And then you got Petrie up with the tie and run on second in a downpour.
Yeah.
And he pops up, and it's just like, that's typical. Oh, so then Wednesday night at Segra, which has not been a kind ballpark to the Gamecocks. College of Charleston, after Carolina went up early, they battled back. They're up 3-1. College of Charleston walks in 2 runs and has a balk
to create the game-winning
score.
I know.
So, I mean, wow.
Christmas came early at Segra this year. It really was. Like, I'd love to speak to Coach Holbrook about it, but he's got to be.
I feel bad.
I know.
Back to the Nana's Porch chat box. A cereal discussion is broken out. Krager, I was talking about my stepson. He goes, McDonald's bra.
McDonald's bra.
They were talking about cereal. Bobby says it's amazing. The milk at the end is clutch. Krager says
milk is good.
Krager says apparently I was Benjamin Button because I ate Raisin Bran growing up. Now that's one of my go-tos.
Yeah. We used to.
I love me some Raisin Bran, dude. It's pretty solid.
Used to eat a ton of cereal when we were coming up.
Fruity Pebbles.
Oh man, yeah. There was always cereal.
I liked Count Chocula a little bit because I got some chocolate milk at the end. I'm a big chocolate milk fan, and man, it was a great day when I was a kid when Mom had Quick. Remember Quick with the rabbit?
Yeah,
Mixed in
Quick,
your
yeah,
milk.
Yeah, shoot
Really
you, man.
delicious. Is it Fireball and Dr. Pepper that tastes like Cinnamon Coast Crunch? Last time I drank Fireball, Matt, I was in Nashville. I was actually up there with Tony Morrell and met with Shannon Terry. We were signing our contract before 24/7 ever started. So this was May of 2010. And we went out to celebrate at this place called Judge Bean's, and Fireball. And I'll be honest, I wasn't partaking in the alcohol very often at that point in my life. I was just working all the time and it doesn't mix. And so Fireball apparently was a thing. And I was eating this thing called Texas sushi, which is a jalapeno, a piece of brisket, a piece of pepper jack cheese, and a shrimp on a toothpick.
Oh.
Delicious.
Yeah.
And I'm gorging on that, and drinking PBR and doing Fireball shots.
Ooh.
Yeah, that didn't last in my belly. The next day, I had to fly because I was still working for ESPN. The next day, I had to fly to Nashville up to Philly and then get in a car and drive to State College. It was about 2.5 hours.
Right.
I was laying on the floor at the Nashville airport. Felt so bad. Got on the flight to Philly. If y'all remember in 2010, Nashville had this gigantic flood, like a 40-year storm, kind of like what happened in Columbia in 15. It flooded. I mean, just rained and rained and rained. That storm was rolling in and I was flowing out. The airplane was like the corkscrew at the pavilion in Myrtle Beach. It was crazy turbulence. That normally bothers old JC. Not that day, dude. I was just like, kill me. It doesn't matter.
Just what doesn't matter.
I don't care. Make it painless.
I need to have some relief.
You land in Philly. I go get my bags at that godforsaken airport. The daggum rental car place, I think, is way off site. I got on one of those rambling buses. Drove 2.5 hours through Amish country to get to State College. Went to my hotel, ordered a cheesesteak, ate it, and then gone. But that's the last time I've had Fireball.
Yeah, I don't do Fireball, man. I can't.
I like the concept of it. But I just can't do it.
It looks good on paper.
Yeah, it looks good on paper. Looks good on paper.
Reality is a little different.
It's a 4-star on paper, but it plays like a 1-star. Right?
Yeah, that's right. It looked good coming off the bus, but no.
The Queen of the Cock says Captain Crunch Berry's guy.
Oh, I like Captain Crunch. It wrecks my mouth though.
Really?
Another cereal, like the inside of my mouth, it just tears the roof of my mouth up.
Oh
man.
yeah, it's like eating when you eat too much like Melba toast or something. It scratches your mouth. Yes. Matt says, our Queen of the Cocks, his wife had some with the girls.
Oh, that's the
Fireball,
the Dr. Pepper and Fireball.
Oh yeah, no Dr. Pepper. Bobby's laid the law down. He will not stand for any further Purdue.
That's right.
Bobby, for those that don't know, is a Purdue grad. I'm sitting there talking all this smack about Purdue Pete. I'll tell you this. Had I known you were a Purdue grad when you said, hey, I'd like to meet up for a drink. Had I known that, I'd have probably said, how about no?
How about no?
Because I would be worried you were wanting to like take a piece out of my ass for continuously slandering the mascot.
What if you were at the bar and expected Bobby to show up and Purdue Pete walks in the front door
with an axe?
Yeah. All that rage and that chin coming at you with a weapon.
Somebody wrote last year nobody ranked the worst mascots this season. The worst two were Purdue Pete and the Tiger from Clemson.
That's tough.
It said Purdue Pete's kind of like the last thing you see before you die, before you're murdered.
That's right. Yeah.
Like I've seen a few horror movies that kind of made me think about Purdue Pete. But anyway, Bobby provides a scouting report also on Arkansas. Their pitching isn't amazing this year, but the sticks make up for it. They swing it.
Yeah, they're hitting a ton of home runs here.
Yeah, and he adds, hell, I'm a Gamecock. I know, Bobby. I'm just giving you a hard time. It's all material, Got to talk about something. Yeah, I'm just kidding. The Queen of the Cock says Fireball and PBR. Can you say high school? Can you say Nashville?
At Nashville? What's that like? The equivalent of what? Goldschlager and Boone's Farm back in the day. Fireball.
PBR actually is a high-end beer.
Yeah, I remember you saying this.
You pay about last time I checked, $4, $4.50.
It's premium
PBR in most places. I'm like, man, we used to get that for $1
that was
Columbia.
$2 pitchers of
and
PBR.
Nobody bought it. Nobody would buy it. I actually went when we were in Vegas last year for the U2 concert. My wife and I went I'll call it casino slumming a little bit. There was this casino had a big sign out of it, steak and eggs, $3.99. And walked in, and if you put $10 in the slot machine, you got free drinks. And they had a keg of PBR right there on tap, free, $10 slot play. But the place stunk to high heavens. I would never eat anything that was cooked there. And to kind of stay away when you look at the menu and it's like steak and eggs, omelets, stuff like that, sandwiches, and then Mugu Gai Pan.
Yeah, right.
Randomly. It's shawarma. Yet another for it. And it's all this different. And you're like, wait, I don't really. They're putting Vienna sausages in this thing and chopping it up and making fried rice. It smelled. You had to get a spoon with a key to go to the bathroom. Everything was cash only. You couldn't use cards either. Cash only. And the ATM was broken. We stayed there for a few beers though, because it was cheap. It was, obviously, it was $6. And finally, after about the third time, I had to go to the bathroom. I had to get the daggum spoon. It's right beside Stratosphere, by the way, in case those of you that go to Vegas. We left and went to Circa, which is cool, and got in the pool, which is cool.
Nice.
They have a pool up on top of big sports book and all that good stuff. Drew says he can get PBR for $1 in Charleston. I'm not surprised. That was a total Nashville thing for a while. PBR being an import. Bobby says most places in Savannah have 3 PBR tall boys for $3. Yeah, look, I believe you.
Let's go.
In our neck of the woods, PBR is still kind of a punchline. But in Nashville, it's like the punch, So anyway, gonna wrap up here with more scoring updates. Purdue Pete.
Don't look now.
Break into my house with an axe tonight because he's mad about the loss. 43-39 over High Point. High Point is closed against them. Badgers of Wisconsin 24, Montana 18. And Louisville's kind of stayed tit for tat with Creighton. They're down 14, 71-57 with 7:52 left, but they need to make a move soon, Phil.
Yeah, they're running out of time here.
All this griping I've done about it's not fair for Auburn. It's just going to be a moot point.
That's right. Yeah.
When North Carolina goes to Sweet 16, I think they can beat Ole Miss. I mean, Ole Miss is good. They're not world beaters.
It's still, I don't care. I don't care if they win the whole damn thing. It shouldn't be in it. It shouldn't be in it. It shouldn't. I don't care. Your AD shouldn't be on the committee, number one. And B, you shouldn't be in it.
By the way, Kirby Smart suspended Nitro Tuggle. Not a surprise.
Okay.
I think they're just about done with the car games in Athens.
You got to think, enough is enough. Like, you have to just put out this blast to the team that was like,
stop.
If I even catch you behind the wheel of a car, you're off the squad.
And most of you have probably been to Athens before. It's a lot of hilly roads and not straightaways. I mean,
you got an interstate that goes around the entire city. I mean, where are you doing this? There's no real good place.
I don't understand. That's not a town you really need to speed in. No. Like if it were Columbia, South Carolina at 2:00 in the morning on Assembly, because I think some of those stoplights they actually turn off, and you're hauling butt out there. If you're hauling butt off Bluff Road down towards the highway, it's not as bad. But Athens, man, it's dangerous to drive the speed limit through there.
Right. Yeah, but there's times in Columbia like 126. It's nice, straight. I mean, open her up.
That's crazy, man. It's crazy. But anyway, so he's suspended. Don't forget tomorrow. We will have a 1 hour Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Me and Phil will take you through there'll be some tip-offs and stuff that happen around that time. Also, Giles will have committed by then. So we'll wrap that up and put a nice little bow on that, Phil.
Hopefully he'll be signing up for some Garnet and Black.
Another good one. Yeah. So that'll be good recruiting news and all that. Don't forget, there's a late night Gamecock show that has a lot of bracketology in it. So if maybe you're not starting off well like me in your bracket, need some advice, go check out Matt and Alex, the Pride of Hampton County, and the late night Gamecock on the late night Gamecock show last night. All right, Phil, get us out of here, brother. It was another fantastic show. I appreciate everybody for joining in. Bobby has one more story. He met a UGA player on St. Patty's Day, and he said something about Carolina. Talking smack, huh?
Oh, there you go.
It took all he had not to make vehicle jokes.
Yeah, big talk for a team that didn't play you last year.
Slow down there, Speed Racer.
Yeah, hold on. Whoa.
Anyway.
Oh, goodness. So everybody, appreciate you tuning in. Tomorrow on the morning show, don't forget, Raphael is back. So if you need a little help picking the second batch of first round games or want to take a look ahead into the second round, be sure to tune in there for entertainment purposes only. Stuart Lake gets us ready for ball in Fayetteville as he and Derek are flying out today with the team. JC and I will be back with you for 1 full hour tomorrow before cutting it off early and settling down to watch a little basketball. Appreciate everybody in for today. He's JC Sherbert and I'm Mad Dog Mellanax, and go Cox.